Good morning to all. Dr. Rahul Dev, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Sir, very good morning. Sir, please start. Sir.
So, shall we start, sir?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes, thank you.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. I am Shashi Ranjan, a student of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University. Before starting this conference, I would like to have Saraswati Bandana to make this conference successful or productive. Sorry, there is some technical issue. The audio is not available. So once again, a very warm good morning to all. I am Shashi Ranjan. I would like to welcome you all in this beautiful conference on emerging trends in multidisciplinary research and innovation, jointly organized by Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University and Research Foundation of India. Today we have with us Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Dr. Namita Singh ma'am, Registrar of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ashish Gupta sir, Controller of Examination from Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ashok Kumar Gupta sir, Chairperson and Managing Director of Research Foundation of India, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir, Chairman of RFI. Also our international guest and speaker, Dr. Nada Datkovich ma'am from Croatia and Liu Thi Mai An ma'am from Vietnam. And our national guest and speaker, Dr. Sudhankar Umle sir, Dr. Jitendra Sitlani sir, Dr. Supriya ma'am, Dr. Akash Maj sir, and Dr. Rupesh Shukla sir. I warmly welcome everybody to this conference. Now for further procedure, I would like to hand over this screen to my friend Mrs. Sneha. Sneha, please.
Thank you, Shashi. I am Sneha Vandana, a student of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University. Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, is a synthesis of a legacy of 92 years of hard work, dedication, and incomparable teamwork in the area of academic excellence that incessantly work together under the banner of Ranchi College, Ranchi. It is situated on the Tropic of Cancer amidst flora and fauna. Established in 1926 as a government intermediate college, it marched ahead and began undergraduate and postgraduate courses in various subjects of arts and science in the year 1946. Even after independence, Ranchi College continued to celebrate its recognition as government college. Till the creation of Ranchi University, Ranchi, on 12th July 1960, it functioned as a unit of Patna University, imparting quality higher education in faculties of humanities, science, and social science. Ranchi College, Ranchi, now upgraded as a unitary state university, is now known as Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. Based on its performance, the UGC accorded it the status of an autonomous college in 2009. Also, it had been recognized by the UGC as college with potential for excellence. This primer college of the capital has set its mood, and it never looked back.
Please unmute yourself. You are muted. Please unmute.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Now coming to Research Foundation of India. Research Foundation of India is strictly working for the social upliftment and higher education quality and Indian research promotions in the form of events like national and international conferences, seminars, workshops, symposiums, and other activities. RFI works for the integration of intellectual ideas across the globe to fulfill the thirst of innovation of humanity. Research Foundation of India is concerned with improving the educational process by encouraging scholarly inquiry related to education and practical application of research results. Research Foundation of India is working for research and development for higher education. RFI members are faculty, researchers, graduate students, and other distinguished professionals with rich and diverse expertise in education research. RFI does not take any financial sponsor from any government body. Research Foundation of India has organized 500 plus international conferences and workshops, FDP, symposia, etc. all over the world. Now, RFI is having 87 chapters in India and 18 chapters in Asian and other countries, categorized in 5 board: West, East, South, North, and Central Zone. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to hand over the screen to Master Shami Ahmed.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Sneha. And very good morning, everyone. I am Sami Ahmed of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. So without taking much time, I would like to welcome the Head of Examination Controller at Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, Jharkhand, Dr. Ashish Kumar Gupta, a specialist in bipolar and CMOS analog integrated circuits. Dr. Ashish Gupta is an alumnus of Kamala Nehru University, Kamala Nehru Institute of Technology, Sultanpur from Lucknow, where he completed his BTech in Electronics Engineering, MBA, dual specialization in finance and international businesses, and MTech VLSI Design from UPTU Lucknow. He obtained his PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia, a central university at New Delhi, India. His research area was signal processing, generation circuit using operational trans resistance amplifiers, suitable for analog VLSI implementation. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience in various undergraduate and postgraduate courses. He has published more than 25 research papers in reputed international journals and conferences, filed more than 6 patents, and acted as reviewer and session chair in various reputed international conferences. Dr. Ashish is a life member of ISTE and a member of IEEE. So now I would like to invite him to deliver the welcome address as well as sharing the ideas and motive of this jointly organized conference. So here on the screen, Dr. Ashish Kumar Gupta.
So, good morning, everyone. On behalf of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, I, Dr. Ashish Gupta, Controller of Examination, heartily welcomes all the participants, speakers in this reputed international conference on emerging trends in multidisciplinary research and innovations. First of all, it gives me an immense pleasure in welcoming you all the participants who have devoted their time in making this conference a grand success. Special thanks to our patron, Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Registrar Ma'am Dr. Namita Singh, Dr. Rahul Dev Shah, and all the members of the Research Foundation of India, who have directly provided their technical as well as all the support that was required in making this conference a great success. Now, as you all know, that in today's world, there is a huge demand of latest trends in the research and innovation. Nowadays, the field, we know that the concept of Internet of Things is widely used, and more importantly, the wireless sensor networks are playing an important role in making this technology a grand success. Now, as we all know that the use of computers is multidisciplinary in nature. In the field of medical sciences as well as in the field of finance and banking sectors, all these technologies are immensely used, and it is of great advantage to all the users, and the service providers are making these techniques so comfortable and user interface that everyone can easily use or access these technologies. So during this conference, we have received large number of papers from various researchers all across the world, including India, and thanks to our reviewers and all the members who have devoted their wholehearted feelings and spared their time in reviewing those research papers. And in this conference, we have received more than 30 papers which are multidisciplinary in nature, that is related to the application of various technologies in different fields like banking, finance, then cybersecurity, medical instrumentations, and all those and other fields. The list carries and goes on. So on behalf of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, I present my blessings that this conference becomes a great success, and all the papers presented in this during this technical sessions in the coming 2 days, that is 7th and 8th May, will be published in reputed journal. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Now, I would like to welcome the Chairman and CEO of Research Foundation of India, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir. He is also appointed as Vice President of World Federation of Science and Technology and President of Engineering Research Foundation. Dr. Jain also involved in Research Foundation of India Consultancy Unit named Educational Research Analyzer Private Limited. Along with, he is involved in number of companies like ISSI Consultancy Services, Edu Academic Inc., ARGA, ERF, Accent Tech Private Limited, Blueprint Publication Delhi, and Black Pearl International Publication, and many more. He awarded as gold medalist in Master of Technology from Government Engineering College, and he did first doctorate in Power System Engineering and second doctorate in Control System Engineering. Dr. Jain has organized more than 1,000 international as well as national events like conferences, FDPs, SDPs, workshop talks in multidisciplinary area. He has published more than 130 research articles in international as well as national journal, along with published 45 reference edited book, author book in multidisciplinary area. On the name of Dr. Jain, 13 patents and copyright has published from India. He is expert of solar and renewable energy concept. He did not need our praise. His name is enough. I would like to invite him on the screen. So here on the screen, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, Swamiji. First of all, as we know very well, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University is going to organize such a wonderful international conference on emerging trend in multidisciplinary research and innovations. As we know very well, after the pandemic period, everyone has faced the related to COVID-19. But university is trying to convert their mind from academic pandemic to academic. So I would like to welcome today's chief guest, Professor Naik, ex-president CSI India, patrons Dr. Nitin Madam Kulkarni, IAS, Dr. Namita Singh, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Rahul Devsar, Professor Dr. Ajay Jain, National Coordinator RFI. Today, international guest and speaker Dr. Nada Rotia, Miss Daisy M. Kelena, Philippines, Lee Toi Meha, Vietnam, Dr. Janet, Philippines. Today, national guest and expert Dr. Sudhakar Maleji, Dr. Jitendra Siplani ji, Dr. Supriya, Dr. Akash Bidhaji, Dr. Rupesh Sukla ji. And first of all, I would like to thanks to participants to make that international conference success. So I would like to welcome to Research Foundation of India coordinator, chapter head, President, CMD, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Dr. Priyadashini Agnihotri, South Board President RFI, Dr. Ajay Jain, National Coordinator RFI, Dr. Manish Dubey, Dr. Neil Madh Pandey ji, Dr. Ashish Kumar Gupta ji, Dr. Indranath Sahu ji, Dr. Rajan Kumar Moho ji, Muhammad Sayyid Abbas ji. So I would like to thanks Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, and all academic staff to make that conference success. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Ajay.
Thank you, sir. It was really scrumptious and outstanding, sir, speech by you. Now, I would like to welcome the Chief Managing Director of Research Foundation of India, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta. He had published more than 50 research papers in national international journals. He is having a rich 40 years experience, around 30 years in the industrial field and around 10 years in the educational field. Recently, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar visited USA and visited various renowned universities like Boston University, etc. As far as association with Research Foundation of India, is concerned, he is considered as one of the founder member of RFI. Looking to his dedication and hard work in Research Foundation of India, he is now promoted as CMD, Chief Managing Director. So I would like to invite him on the screen. So please, sir. Here on the screen. Sir, please unmute your mic.
You are muted. You are muted.
Sir, you are muted.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. This is Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD RFI from Delhi, NCR. I feel dignified to be invited to this inaugural session of International Conference and Emerging Trends in Multidisciplinary Research and Innovation. This is organized by Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee University in joint association with Research Foundation of India and RFI-CARE. The aim of this international conference is to provide the most complete and reliable source of information on the recent advancements in the field of emerging trends in multidisciplinary research and innovation. This webinar on emerging trends in multidisciplinary research and innovation covers a broad range of topics in this field. The National Education Policy 2020 has given a clarion call for holistic value-based education to prepare our youth and develop our nation, because education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development as well. It is my privilege and honor to welcome all the dignitaries, resource persons, and experts available for this international conference, especially Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, IAS officer, Vice Chancellor Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, Dr. Namita Singh, Conference Chair Registrar Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. I'd also like to welcome international guest and speaker Dr. Nada Redkovic, Professor of Statistics, Economics on Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, Croatia. I'd also like to welcome Lee T. Mai, an ambassador of Namaste India magazine, vice covers of RKDX motivational channel, Vietnam. I would like to welcome national guest and speaker Dr. Sudhakar Umale, Dr. Jiten Shitlani, Dr. Supriya Kumar Velan, Dr. Akash Midha, and Dr. Rupesh Shukla. My sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, especially our patron, Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, who has given the permission for conducting this international conference. My special thanks to Ms. Sneha Mandana, Conference Coordinator, DSPMU Ranchi, Dr. Rahul Dev Shah, Assistant Professor, Department of CA and IT, DSPMU Ranchi, Dr. Ajay Jain, and entire team of RFI for managing this wonderful session. I'd like to thank the support of organizing and participating institutions, all the participants who are attending the session with full enthusiasm, and to those who have given their input to this webinar. For more details, please contact our official mail ID info@researchfoundationofindia.com, and for such other national and international conferences, you may visit our website www.researchfoundationofindia.com. Again, thanks to all for your support and dedication. Thanks a lot once again. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and outstanding speech. Now, I would like to hand over the next proceedings to Mr. Ashish Kumar Pathak.
Thank you so much, Sami, and a warm good morning to everyone who are here with us. I'm Ashish Kumar Pathak from Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University. Here with us, we are having a great personality, Ms. Nada Retkovic, ma'am, from Croatia. She is a professor, trainer, educator, motivational speaker, and a great social activist from Croatia. She did master degree in economics and in mechanical engineering too. Currently, she is an assistant professor of economics and a great faculty member of economics and business and tourism split in High VET school. She is also a computer science expert and an information system manager there. She is a very active in national and international education organization in Croatia, advisor in National Agency for Education and Training, active council member of Croatian Society for Operation Research and the Association of Accountants and Financial Professionals in Croatia, and on global level organized numerous humanitarian and volunteer actions and worked on women empowerment and promoted women's rights as a part of national and global movement. She won many diplomas, certificates, medals, and recognition for her national and international achievements. Won many national and international awards like Croatia Best Teacher Award, International Women Award, recognition for the Best Academic Book, International STEM Award, Global Awards, and a Global Conclave Award 2021. Now, Mike, over to you, ma'am.
I'm here. Waiting. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Greeting from Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Lê Thị Mai Anh, English teacher and president of English club at high school level. It's my honor and gratitude today to be at international conference today. Let me give all the specialists, speaker, best wishes, and hope to meet on one day in Vietnam. Yes, and it's warming invitation and welcome. Now, please enjoy the video. Yes, of my student. Here is the video of my student. It's also the introduction of my school and relating to the topic I will present today. Let's enjoy it.
Starting to demonstrate the necessary as a whole causes for change in the city. Now, highlights for numbers always simple as its city's history, administration, policy, years of also and production. With 48 classes improving high quality across every 50 vitality and professional growth, all adaptable to resource that the school is known for its years in educating creativity when highly trained personnel is seen. Without adaptable, this exposes shown. Founded in 1961, its main goal is to support customers and structural projects and wisdom from health as their first source of investment. The first year was always the school had 62 students and only 34 graduated in 1961. During the Vietnam War, the War of the Free and self-contained domination and the was also the victim of most wars and destructions. This started Moses's homes, we have to evacuate Moses's personnel into railroad protection, supplies, some as fast locals, villages, trying to rebuild the school from scratch and in order to continue the education. All students and teachers managed sustaining and better homes and coaches. No education, no images, no book, no class, no courses, but all students and teachers of the school will tell them to
Okay, so in the video of my student, he used technology in learning, and it's all the way to I show you today the topic using technology in teaching and learning process. First, I would like to show why use technology in teaching and learning process. The first, when students are using technology as tool and support for communicating with others, they are in an active role rather than the passive role in grasping information transmitted by the teacher, textbook, and products. The student actively making choices about how to generate, obtain, manipulate, and display information. Next, the student feel an increase of self-esteem when they are using technological devices. They feel a sense of accomplishment from automatic feedback that computerized devices give. Moreover, students are constantly acquiring more and more skill on their devices, which allows them to accomplish more complex problems and tasks because of the support and capabilities provided technologies. And now I would like to mention the history of technology in the teaching and learning process. You can see on the screen that educational technologies has become a very long way since school were first starting. Second, historical technology dates back to the time whereas night charts, maps, symbol, model, sentiment, and concrete material were used in classroom. Next one. Later, during the electronic revolution, schools were introduced to sophisticated hardware and software. One more. The use of variety audio-visual aids like projector, magic lantern, tape recorder, radio, and television brought a revolutionary trends in the educational scenarios. This one, we can see on the issue with technology in teaching and learning process. Many issue problem we can see. First, schools are faced with the reality of the limited budget for equipment and software and must make hard choices about how to get the most out of what they have. And moreover, some teachers are fearful for school and students to be so dependent
on technology or are uncomfortable with computer and even more comfortable with the notion that kids know more than they do. Last but not least, poorer schools do not get the same technology access that richer schools do. And so we have to see the future of technology in the teaching and learning process in one day. Yes. First, classroom of the future will no longer be little factories where they can find teachers and are encouraged to mass produce learning and marginalize the differences and attitude, interests, and abilities, which no longer prepare students for changing global society we will inherit. And next one, students will feel more comfortable in newer up-to-the-date classroom and be more likely to ask questions. Using technology in the classroom will prepare students for the world based around electronic. And lastly, the future devices include tablet, interactive whiteboard, video lesson, educational of 3D printer, data protector, fridge, classroom, I can say. And actually, in my school, a lot of students are eagerly to take part in. They compose some story and write some poem, write some description of some picture, and they took part in the magazine of India, for example, Nanan's India e-magazine, and a lot of students have article and poem are published. For example, Domingan and Nguyễn Thùy Linh with a lotus flower and afternoon, yeah, and story and some poem. We are very proud and happy with my students and with their result. And they are certificated with some their product here on the India magazine. We can see that on the they are very, very happy and willing to apply technology in learning and studying English and other subjects in the school. You can see a lot poem and, for example, some article. They must be a simple article or poem, but I think that they are very, very excellent. I think so, right? And here, next one, I would like to mention as assistive technology in teaching and learning process. First, assistive technology can provide accommodation, modification, and adaptation made to the environment, curriculum, instruction, on assessment practices. And the use of technology to enhance learning, an effective approach for many children. Additionally, students with learning disabilities often experience greater success, and when they are allowed to use their strength to work through their disabilities, to combine the best of both the practice as classroom, right? Here's some example: abbreviation, expander, alternative keyboards, audiobooks, and publication. For example, some you can see in the screen. Here, we must say that the teacher has to have more and better management in classroom and teaching. For example, one of the most important things to remember that why using technology is the correct management. If iPad are using it, students need to be assigned to one device that only they can use. For example, teacher need to set guidelines and rules for device use in class. Yeah, to make the student take part in eagerly and as a rule. For example, right? And each one correct management is extremely important in order for students to be successful while using technological devices. Here, I would like to give some way. Yeah, first, gamified learning. You can see on the screen. I can describe more about gamified learning. To this day, I give all credit for my skill in typing to time spent playing private game in the computer labs of my elementary school to the high school. Not only are the game incredible and make the students willing to take part in some activity in the school and classroom. Learning can and should be fun to using technologies to make all the activity and student active and creative in class. And while learning software can be a great teaching tool, gamified learning can be also as simple as creating a virtual, for example. Yes. And I especially mention digital field trip in my class. I often use this way for my students to search information, picture, and have some virtual trip around the world to search for information and for all activity in classroom. Here's an increasingly popular, useful, and cost-effective tool for teachers searching for a new way to use technology in the classroom is taking digital field trip, right? We can see that on the Google, the teacher can search much more and more information and everything on web. Virtually experience the view from the Statue of Liberty, for example, for Great Wall of China, for example. Now I show you, right? Digital field trip, for example, in classroom, I give the student the web link, and the teacher can click here, for example. To support the teacher lesson in class, online he or she need Wi-Fi, so they can show the student all the information. For example, 25 virtual chip, field trip for your class. For example, here that I showed you. For example, you can click here. Everything will happen and come up on the screen. For example, yes. And each one integrate social media and use for teaching and learning because the student already spend so much of their time on social media. Integrating its use into classroom is among most innovative way to use technology in classroom by collecting students to curriculum, classrooms, resources, and one another's. You can see that the student nowadays use social network very often. It's very important and necessary for the teacher to apply this for showing all the information and lesson from a student. It's very easy and effective new way to teachings. Create Facebook, for example, group. For the class or group or English club, for example, where you can post discussion topic and everything on where. Next one I show you. In my school, local high school number 1, this year, my student can took part in a lot of global connecting session. It's very important and necessary for my students to connect and communicate with foreigner and improve English a lot. And here is one piece of video for my student in global collecting among 12 countries around the world. Okay, and next one, I would like to mention the gather student feedback in class or after class is very important. The two tasks of any classroom structure and/or curriculum is how well is how students learn, and getting feedback from the student is vital to assessing this, determining what isn't working, and addressing problem and confusion as they arise. Use online survey and polls to perform daily and weekly check-in. For example, I have a Facebook group fan page. I can post every product of my student on there, and all the student can see and give the comment on this. Next one, I would like to show you creating digital content here. Creating digital content related to the thing they are learning is a great way for students to display their individual creative talent as well as showcase learning. And as with any other project, the process of creating content is more effective, very important for the learning and teaching, and provide option for students to express themselves as well. And on the screen, I will show you a real example from my student Vũ Hoàng Long, who won the third prize in the international scientific research organized by Intitled America. It's one way an example for my student apply technology in researching and getting and take the competition, international competition globally. And here's one clip for my student to join One White Green project. They use technology and PowerPoint to make a video. It's very creative, I think so. Let's show you. Okay, and one more I can show and mention that using classroom calendar is very important in classroom and teaching. For example, it had to develop a shared online calendar for your classroom through Google Calendar or similar program for putting important update, for example, every day. And each one post assessment product of my student every day. Yes, and go to step further and share on the calendar with the parent, the friend, and everyone in the world. And one way I think that's very important is the teacher has to review and critique webpage to give the comment after the teaching and learning. Why we know you can find almost anything on the internet, we also know that what you find, the reliable information from reliable sources. I think that the teacher has to give the comment before, give the assessment for the student to find the correct and right information and materials for their teaching and learning. And I think that one more way to make a video, one way it is help to make the teacher lesson more interesting. and have the students show on the product and makes their presentation more interesting. For example, let us show you. My student Nguyễn Lê Khánh Ly and Khánh Ly, they made a video clip with about the topic COVID-19. It's very important and effective in learning English. Let's show you.
Strongly about work, all activities categories, like upset, all have with motivate people worldwide with effective activity. What if all have the doubt that the class that of COVID-19, especially now, that's not that. That was what the COVID-19 pandemic is particularly effective remedy of humanity that the other countries in the world can do. Probably went worse in Vietnam. Life back right on the dollars, the whole world mind of education and support to save the life of Vietnamese medical doctors. Multiply would by the image of the assistive by great medical doctors. 5 years for each Vietnamese area. To take out of the top and assembly and Central International Airport of the on February 4. There's too many stories about humanity and flourishment of Vietnam in the anti-epidemic like fighting against the enemy that we want to tell you. Perhaps when the love touches the heart of humans, it gives us confidence and energy to do the most creative things for the community. So let's learn more about the wonder of Vietnam in the COVID show today. I am Lee, the host of the show. Today, I would like to show explain the spread of the category for the community before COVID-19. Hi guys. Before starting the main topic today, let's find out from the
Clearly that making video clip will help my student to improve English very much. It's very important and effective in teaching and learning when they apply technologies in learning. One more online activity for students who finish work early is very important for the teacher in classroom. She has to set up a learning station to encourage the student to take part in some activity in class or outside class to make them more comfortable and feel the lesson interesting. Okay, it's all about I share with you in my limited knowledge of interesting topic using technologies in teaching and learning process. Hope to get more reply and suggestion afterward. I also hope that I and many teachers in the world will do something and have positive contribution to develop teaching career. We apply technology to create a beautiful world, smart student, active school. That's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your great time, ma'am. Here we heard Lee Thai Mayan ma'am from Vietnam. She is a teacher of English at high school level and currently at the position of president in an English club. Adding, in the school year of 2021 to 2022, he was awarded the Excellent Soldier of Lao Shai province on the front of COVID-19 prevention and made many positive contributions in the activities of preparing free hand sanitizers, ATM rice distribution, and the movement of the anti-coronavirus prevention group before entering the school year. And in the same year, he was awarded an excellent teacher and excellent trade unit by the Provincial Committee of Lao Shai, Vietnam. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now mic over to Nada Ratkovich, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, you're not audible.
Madam, you are not audible.
I think there is some issue. We should wait.
Ajay sir, there is something technical issues.
Yes, sir. Please wait a minute. Please wait a minute.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome, madam. Welcome.
Do you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Please go ahead. Please. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Most welcome.
Okay, I don't know why. My apologize.
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Is my presentation visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So today, my topic is trends in research methods, tools, and techniques. As I said, I'm coming from Croatia, from the Faculty of Economics, Business, and Tourism Split, and also I'm a professor in the high school. Active in many organizations, also working honorary for International Internship University. And first, I want to start. Who says today that women are not active? We are really active in science, working a lot in science, promoting science with our students. And now is finished the STEM weeks. And I want to show one example. Many women scientists are forgiven, but we make memories for them. We make a big exhibition for the woman, and we really choose only the woman for this exhibition. And the youth students learn a lot about the famous woman in science. What about methods, tools, and techniques? How to collect information, how to make a research, and did anything changes by this way before and now in the time of COVID? We all know what is research, and we make many research papers, and we are teaching our students how to make a research. We start from the high school and continue on the university, and they make research. What is a research and what kinds of research we have, and which tools, method, techniques do we use? I really like this definition by the American sociologist. What is a research? Research describes, explain, predict, and control a phenomena, and we choose that phenomena. What method we use? We can use, it depends about our research. It can be inductive and deductive methods. So what are the characteristics of the research? One, when a research paper is good. There are many ways to write. It depends what kind of research we make. Also, is it make by interview that we will see a little later, but we know what is always for us researchers the problem are the databases, and the problem is that we can't have the information in the right time when we want to make some kind of analysis. So the purpose of the research can be exploratory, descriptive, and explanatory. If we talk about the exploratory research, we need to conduct the studies and explore a lot of group of research. Descriptive is really focused on the knowledge, and what I said about the descriptive. Descriptive is like a blood test. You can make a short analysis and see what with your do you have good data. Like example, first you will see the descriptive statistics, the correlation, and then you will try to find a math model for regression or for the panel analysis or for another. But we know that research starts with asking the right questions and choosing the right questions. And what we never need, we can't forget that our research needs to be valued, accurate, reliable, timely, and complete. How to choose a method and which methods do we have? We know that we have qualitative research, quantitative research, and mixed method research. When make a qualitative research, simple said, that is when we want to have and get a better understanding of big complex concepts. Quantitative, I really adore the quantitative. I don't like a lot theoretics, but you need to have a theory if you want to use it in the practice. Mixed is great when we have integration about and with our both researches, quantitative and analysis. Here are some of databases which you can find like PubMed, CHINAIL, and then you can write and suggest the keywords. And for this, you need to also have a knowledge of programming and coding. What's the kind of methods I said now and how to collect them? When I explain to my students how to remember the methods and how to make difference between quantitative and qualitative. Easiest to say, quantitative methods deal with numbers and have measurable forms, but qualitative methods collect data like questions and use open-ended questions, and that is non-numerical and numerical. We have a lot of methods when we talk about the analytical things, about the questions, how to collect our data, how to use the data, and are our data good? So first we need to conduct our research. What is the main trend? What are the opportunities? What are the problems? If we need to keep the frequency, what it means. We cannot, I apologize. We cannot start today and continue for 3 months. Also, we need to have a main list. If you make something in finance, then you need also to make a SWOT analysis. Choose the right strategy. plan all you need to plan. And I think that SWOT analysis is great for us scientists, for managers, for everyone, because all of us need to know what are the weaknesses, strengths, opportunities, and the threats of our research. And then before a conclusion, you need to make a review of your goals. Let's go to see what are the basic steps in the research paper process. Identify and develop your topic. Do a preliminary research for information. Locate materials. Evaluate your sources. Take notes. Write your paper. Cite your sources properly. Proofread and submit your final research paper. These are the main steps, basic steps, and we all need to follow that steps. Here are some kinds of, I find this like what we need to take about literature review. We can make a research contacting other sciences, contacting the literature, but we need to take care about the author's right and about the citation. We cannot copy and use others materials, other sites, if we don't mention their name. Many researchers have a problem with making a difference between tools and techniques. Tools and techniques in research are not the same. What are the tools? What are the techniques? Tools means when we have for the collecting of the data, for researching, for taking the methods of collection, for analyzing, for interpretation, and techniques are the strategies which we use to make our research. So here I show a tool like some kind of device which we can hand in. What is today my tool? My tool today is my computer. And which technique do I do? I'm using explanation and presentation. But if we want to have a quality control in education, we have this 7 basic quality control tools, and you will see later where from which program and from which we can get all this quality control, the sheets, the graphs, the histograms, the scattergrams, and other control charts. So we need to know action research tools, and here example of tools: a hammer, a wrench, a saw. It depends who is making a research and what he needs to use for his research. And for the techniques, like I put here a dentist. Dentist has a different technique from us scientists. And then we come to the main types of research. I mentioned quantitative, qualitative, the mix, other types, descriptive, longitudinal, cross-sectional, and action research. Who is writing our research and which main types we have? I'm again repeating qualitative research and quantitative research. We use these major types of research, but someone use experimental, longitudinal, and make case studies. If you want to explain something very important, what is happening in your country, or something which needs to be explained, you make a case study. Here, research methods, experiments, surveys, questionnaires, interviews, Delphi methods, other major types for the research. So I will go a little faster through this because I have one part to explain. Which tools used in research? Again, repeating. Researchers we can have, I said we have problem with data. And we know that we have the sources of the data, the primary and the secondary. And if we are seeking secondary information, which tools will we use? If we are collecting our data, then for us is a problem. The techniques, which techniques to use to explain and analyze and make our study. So for us, very important is statistics and data analysis. Data analysis is our main tool. All our information we are getting from the statistics. In economics, you have also econometrics, and in every field you need statistics. So what I want to say, statistic will one day be like writing and reading. How can you talk about the situation, economy, or anything if you don't know to explain, analyze, and interpret the data you see? So here are the collection techniques. I mentioned some interviews, questionnaires, observations, focus groups, and where we will use them. It depends about our research. Here, qualitative and quantitative. We all know what is an interview and how an interview can be structured and which way we will make an interview. Focus groups also can be for discussing, and who use focus groups, manifestulators, observers, what are the observation, and who is taking a role, who has a main role in the observation, what kind of document analyzes, and what kind of the stories. I will not now define this because we all use these methods, but I can say different methodologies, and we use different tools, and we use different techniques for our writing. Also, we need, I can say, a digital library. We need many, many digital tools in teaching statistics and in making our researches. And this make them more interested for the reader. And as our Lee showed before, she shows some examples of her students and how she is using technology in her classroom. She uses many of these digital tools for makeup video. And if you want to, I see that many science today have their own web page. And which tool will you use to make your web page? Would it be WordPress, Weebly? Make a newsletter. You can make a own newsletter, a journal, a magazine using like a MailChimp and other digital tools. For us, very important and is infographic. Why infographic? Because if you have a quality and good design infographic for your students and for you, it is easy to get the main message. Sometime you can make your lesson and that your students are not motivated, interested, but if you gave them one kind of this way of teaching, using infographics, creating the infographics, that is really motivated. In Europe, we have online data sources, and I want to show here that that infographics takes a big part. So when you want to explain something, like example in Europe, if you want to make a comparison with two countries, or if you want to show, you'll try to find the quality of the life, or any question, you can use the infographics on the Eurostat. After that, you can make great quizzes also, and see and evaluate the knowledge of your students. Here I show some like quality of life and education, which level population by education in any country you can compare. Let's go to this part and methods, tools, and techniques in financial planning. We all know that this is the main problem in our house, and also if we are running an organization and if we want to do take care about the financial analysis, we need to know which type of tools we will use. But as you see, we have a calculator. We have a calculator on our mobile. Also, many budgeting software and many software that are user friendly and very important for the financial planning. First, we know that we have many financial statements, and we need to make their analysis, and then we will use vertical and horizontal financial analysis. And we can make a trend analysis. In financial analysis are called trend analysis. Also, we can predict something which can happen in the further. Which are the effective tools, what we need, and what software do we need? I will suggest some financial analysis tools, like Money Guide Pro,
Nanda, you were muted.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your great representation and amazing information.
Single factor, two factor, and other replication. For moving average, for if you are on the stock and doing the stock rating, you can use moving average. For rank, for percentile, also use statistics. For the regression, you can get regression in 2 clicks. And all these steps are we make for the students and explain them by the step. Sampling, also periodic and random. So these are some for making your lectures. You have many digital tools, but my suggestion is Loom. Why Loom? Because in Loom you can show every step and everything what you are doing in your tasks, like example in Excel. Okay, I want to start, I want to finish here, make many researches with the student, participate in many competitions, and I adore statistics, I adore research. Also, I said before that I'm in IIU, now leading our research center. So it will not be only for research papers. It is also for innovation. So everyone is free to join and to be with us. Thank you all for the attention, and thanks once again for calling me and for being here today as a speaker and guest from Croatia. Always happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your great descriptive presentation and your great time. Now, I would like to call Sakshi to proceed further.
Thanks a lot, Ashish. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sakshi Kumari, student of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. I would like to call Dr. Sudhakar Umble sir, the Head Associate Professor, Mechanical Engineering Department, Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Andheri, Mumbai. He completed his educational qualifications, BE in Mechanical Engineering from Amravati University, ME in Machine Design from SPCE, Mumbai, and PhD in Material Science from VNIT, Nagpur. His research area is IC engine, heat transfer, automobile engineering, and biofuels. He has more than 34 years of teaching experience in engineering college. He has awarded by the Best Technical Award 2015 by the Indian Institute of Foundryman. I request him to deliver the speech, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, audible.
My screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for my lecture. Dr. Nitin Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi. Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman, CEO, Research Foundation of India. Dr. Namita Singh, Conference Chair. Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India. Dr. Rahul Dev, Assistant Professor, and Dr. Ajay Jain, the National Coordinator for Research Foundation of India. I have chosen this topic because today we require higher education for our nation. I want to explain some important things. Academia and industries are two strong pillars of the country. A continuous and collaborative engagement between the two will help the economy grow very fast on all parameters to be GDP, export, employment, quality of goods and services. While at the same time, it will benefit both academia and industries. Academia will be able to develop and nurture large number of need-based quality manpower with solutions to every problem. The industry will be able to adapt and cater to changing requirement of the market very guide and cost effectively. The coming together of the two is extremely critical today than even before. The academia world is known to dwell deep into research and bring out creative ideas and models for implementation, and the industry can be credited with the task of commercializing these ideas. Higher education and research in India. Higher education is very important sector for the growth and development of human resource, which can take responsibility for social, economic, and scientific development of the country. I will explain what is the importance of this research to higher education through social and economic and scientific development. The quality of education depends on the ability it imparts to make proper use of the learning. Standards of education and research is the important topic in all countries. Why the education and research are deteriorating? There are some reasons. I want to explain that causes of deterioration of standards of education and research. First cause is inadequate infrastructure and facilities. This is the most important. I will discuss one by one. The first is very important, inadequate infrastructure and facilities. Second number is large vacancies in faculty positions. There are many students in the higher education, but there are a very little amount of faculties they can teach very well. Third reason for deterioration is low student enrollment rate. So you observe that the particularly the higher educations getting a very low student rate. They don't have the capacity to develop the research in the institute. Higher education needs, generally we discuss always why we need a higher education, because it is very important for the development of the country. The higher education needs to be expanded without diluting quality, and in fact by raising the standard of education imparted and making higher education more relevant to the needs and opportunities of a knowledgeable societies. I will explain very well regarding the quality of research, quality of education in detail in next slides. The higher education system must provide for accountability to society and create accountability within society. Understanding of quality research. Whenever there is higher education, always we require the quality research, and how you understand this quality research through your studies. There are two mottos for understanding this quality research. First is to study the levels of understanding of quality research among the academicians in higher education institutes. Second reason is to study various significant factors impacting the plight of low quality research in these institutions. I will explain two things. One is very high quality research, and second is very low quality research. When you understand these two, then you understand what is exact quality of research. what are the functions of higher education institutions? Shortly, I will call it as HEI now onwards. And we have to satisfy all these functions of higher education institution. The functions of the higher education institution include teaching, research and innovation, staff development, generation, and dissemination of knowledge and others. So these are very important. I will discuss one by one: teaching, research and innovation, staff development, generation and dissemination of knowledge. The academic staff of higher education institution is the key research source. How are academic staffs motivated for quality research output in higher education? This question is very important nowadays. When you are working as a faculty in your institute, you must ask this question to your management, and you may get answer of this. How are academic staff motivated for quality research output in higher educations or higher institutions? Second important questions for the faculty. That question is, what are the challenges facing academic staff for quality innovative educational research in higher institutions? So during performing any good quality research, the faculty may develop so many things, but he has so many challenges and he has to face all the challenges. Then he can maintain the proper quality of research. Basic problems of teaching and education. So when you do teaching and education, we want both. So when we want good teaching and as well as good education, and hence you must understand, management can understand what are the basic problems to improve the teaching and education. I want to explain some of the basic problems in teaching and education. The basic problems of teaching and education are studied in educational research. We have a separate area. From that area, we can have the educational research, and we'll get the basic problems in teaching and education. The W.M. Traverse has defined the term educational research. According to him, he has defined it very well. Educational research is that activity which is directed towards the development of science or behavior in educational situation. From this definition, we can understand research activity, development of science of behavior, and educational situations. And hence, we have to give the good research as well as innovation to higher educations. Research and innovation in higher education institutions play a central role in the advancements of societies and economics. They foster economic growth, strengthen technological progress, and job creations. So these are very important for the growth of any country. I want to explain in detail later on. First is economic growth, strengthen technological progress, and job creations. Higher education institutions contribute to the personal development of individuals and help educate proactive citizens in societies. To achieve the best possible results, these institutions require modern and effective managements. So why we require the good management? Because we require the good teaching, and hence only the management can motivate the faculty for actual good teaching and good research as well as good educations. And hence I will concentrate not only faculty, I will concentrate on institutional development. So what do you know about institutional development? The first is research in the higher education. This research in higher education acts as change agent able to take the leading role in the institutional development. Whenever there is no research, means there is no development of the college or organization. Higher education institutions are expected to be the creator of knowledge, establishments of research centers, encouraging both minor and major projects, developing research cultures, revenue from industrial sectors. So I will explain one by one all these expectations. That is the creator of knowledge, establishments of research centers, encouraging both minor and major projects. So these minor and major projects can be included in the curriculum for the development of students as well as faculty. And hence we require the innovation practices in the institutes. How do you develop the innovation in the institute? W. Arthur Porter, a very well known a scientist in the education, explain regarding the innovation. Innovation is the pivotal moment when talented and motivated people seek the opportunity to act on their ideas and dreams. This is very important. How the faculty will use talented and motivational people, as well as how they use the opportunity for the research through their ideas and their dreams. Innovation is a state of mind and an ability to look at things from fresh perspective and never lose sight of our goals. So you must explain what is exactly research. Research will require two gradients. One is inspiration and second is motivation. Without this, we cannot conduct the research. And hence you must understand exactly what is exactly research. Research is a mixture of inspiration. What is exactly inspiration is hypothesis generations. So you know what is hypothesis generation, and second is a rational thinking. So in the rational thinking, it comes design and execution of visual experiments, analysis of results in terms of existing theory. And hence when you mix together, definitely will get the good output. You may call it as a research. These are the very, very important questions. What should be done by a higher education institutions? And hence we have some a motto for the development of higher education institutions. I am explaining the objectives of higher education institute. First is to design and develop curriculum. You know the what is the curriculum. I will not explain in details, and hence we require the good design and development of the curriculum. To improve the teaching learning process, it is second objective. To look after development of infrastructure, to look after development of research, to promote faculty for consultancy and corporate training. So these consultancy is very important. When you do the research in proper way, definitely you can turn to the consultancy, and definitely when we do the consultancy, we get money for the research. And hence another thing is that already I have said that industries and academia are the two pillars of Indian education, and we require the corporate training so that our faculty can learn the industry's atmosphere and they can develop the research and innovations. Sixth is the objective is use of digital platforms. Now this is the era of digital platforms, and hence faculty must understand use of digital platforms, connect faculty and students to various industries and corporate sectors, create opportunity for innovation and research. Management must promote generation of more research ideas. In India, many management cannot have the facilities for the generation of research ideas. I suggest that they can develop these research ideas, and they can concentrate on faculty development and student development. Faculty achievements in research or development, treat these as innovations. Identify the faculty, those are doing research in the institutes. Many faculties are not doing research, many faculties are doing research. And hence, management, what is the function of management in the higher education institute? They find a good faculty, those who are doing the research. To look after the creative thoughts of the faculty and students, creative thoughts are very important. To find out the expertise and the specific knowledge, skills of the faculty to research and activities. Some faculties having a lot of expertise in particular area, and they have specific knowledge and skills. The institute can use their expertise specific knowledge, skills for the development of students and their institutes. The faculties, those are performing and publishing research papers should be awarded. So this is very important. So this is one type of motivation. If faculties are motivating by giving some award, the research done by the faculty is the credibility of the institute's research to the outside world. This is research is not only for the faculty, it is for the credit of institute also, and hence management can promote research in the institutes. I want to explain some education related and research development, how we correlate education, higher education with research development. So I have given 7 points. These are very important for the education. And hence, regarding how do you connect all these things, curricular aspects, teaching learning evaluations, research and innovations, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leaders and managements, institutional values and best practices. These are the 7 reasons by which we can connect the higher education with the research development. And hence I am not talking about only the higher education, I am talking about higher education quality standards, as well as I am talking about research standard development. And hence we have to develop some policies, some practices, outcomes in the institute, so that we can create the research culture in the institute. Facilities provided by the institute is the source to promote research culture. Institute must promote faculty to undertake research projects which are useful to the society. So there are so many research projects in the societies that can use, that can develop by the faculty as well as student, and that can be useful for the community and society. It is the main responsibility of the education institute to serve society by researching core values. Research, publication, awards are very important. And hence we have to relate higher education with research, higher education with publications, higher education with awards. And definitely the higher education institute can develop a research environment. Faculty must join research related courses and faculty development programs. This is very important. Why you are here? So to understand research related topics, one of the advantages of research is to create consultancy for industries, create finance for the development of research cultures and laboratories. Promotion of research is a significant responsibility of the HEI. So this is actually my target of my lecture, how to promote research in the HEI, and that is not only the responsibility of the faculty or student, but it is significant responsibility of that organization. This type of promotion creates research culture in the institute campus, and hence HEI must create policies and practices in the institute. They must provide space, equipments, required facilities for research. They must promote collaborative support from outside world. Research in institute depends on, I want to explain some factors which are responsible for research in the institute. First is the financial support. Without financial support, we cannot develop the research. We cannot develop the laboratories for the research. We require the support from academic support. It is very important. When we have a good research curriculum, definitely student as well as faculty turn to develop the research quality. Third is human resources. Not only faculty is important, other technicians, students, management, principals, all employees of the organizations are responsible for the development of research in the institute. and administrative decisions on policies. The policies, how many finances are given to the uh, academic persons, development of the labs, development of the equipments, and hence it is the administrative decision on these policies, and organization management must look all these administrative decisions. Qualitative research outcome is beneficial to faculty as well as institute. Sharing the quality research is helpful for the teaching learning process. This is very important. When you do quality research, definitely there is a advantage of this research to the students, and hence we call it as a teaching learning process. Both are very beneficial. Teachers can teach well, as well as student can learn more. The research function of academia remains a prime source of knowledge and innovation at national, regional, and international levels, and hence we cannot have a particular limits, and hence we have to give the research. We have to do the publications national, regional wise, international levels. Reputation of the institute depends on the research. We will call shortly research reputation of the institute. So it is must for the institute. After post-secondary education, training and ensuring adequate investment in high-level research is very important. As per government norms, quality in research and teaching is the prime function in higher education. So this is our motto, objective of our country, that and government may prepare government norms to develop the quality in research, quality in teaching in the institute. And hence, research-oriented institute concept is essential to the recognition of our or your institute. It is our prime duty to achieve excellence through innovative approaches to learning. Hence, it is necessary to enhance research reputation, and the challenges continue to grow for a research institute. I want to talk about academic research excellence. So not I am talking about the industry research. I am talking about the how we concentrate on academic research excellence, and hence we have some status of the institutes, and this rise in the status and influence of various evaluation parameters of excellence in academic research. Management will decide what are the different evaluation parameters of excellence, and they define it and they must tell to the faculties. And hence, how this institute can check all this quality of research, quality of parameters. And hence I want to explain some quality parameters. First is teaching quality. So this teaching quality is very important in the institute, how you teach to the students, because after some time they become a good researcher. Graduate employability. If our education is good, definitely we are creating graduate for good employment. Higher education ranking is very important. Don't deteriorate the education quality, and hence we require always, institute always require the higher education ranking. So that's why we are in the in Indian scenario, we have NIRF ranking, presence of international faculty and students in your institutes. Some of the lectures can be given by the international faculty so that knowledge also students can be some for worldwide students can be approached to our institutes for the development of our students. Fifth is institute must concentrate on interdisciplinary research. Already our title is title of the seminar is interdisciplinary research, and hence student as well as faculty as well as institute must concentrate on interdisciplinary research. We are not learning only one branch. We require the knowledge from all available sources. It may be 360-degree, and hence our interdisciplinary research may be developed in different areas like arts, social sciences, library sciences, humanities, and engineering, etc. And for the research excellence, always we require the investment in research. We require the finance. We require money for development in research. Post-graduation education is the most important. After graduation, we have the post-graduation educations, and after that we have the PhD educations. And hence, if you provide good education in the post-graduation, definitely we will get the good research papers, research quality, area, research themes. And if candidates can be trained for the research development, definitely they will give the good research. Already I have explained the PhD graduates research progress, what is the quality of it. Many of graduates and PhD students are only doing their research only for the degrees. It is not good, and hence don't do your post-graduation education and PhD education only for getting certificates, but you do the research actually. And hence I want to concentrate on education research. Education research is very important. It is explained Francis, a very well-known scientist in the education. So according to him, engineering education needs to be a process that emphasizes synthesis and the integration of knowledge, and much more, much closer link among education, research, and professional practice. This is very important, education, research, and professional practice. when you concentrate on education, when you concentrate on research, professional practice, we have research education. So what type of research education atmosphere we require to enhance the teaching skills for different subject teachers, behavior pattern of effective teachers and creative teachers. So we require three types of teachers in the institute. One is a subject knowledge teachers, effective teachers. Definitely, if you get all these types of teachers, and definitely to improve the performance of trained and untrained teachers. If they are not good, you can give the proper training to them. Contribution of knowledge to the students through solving their problems through research. To develop the scientific attitude of the faculty. These are very important: academic research and active learning. How do you relate academic research and active learning? How to use academic research for the development of teaching learning process. And when I say it is teaching learning process in the classroom, definitely it is called as active learning. And hence through proper research, we can have the active research by active learning. I have two questions here. What are the main topics in research on active learning in higher education? So just you think on it and you try to solve these two questions. What are the research focus areas in active learning in higher education in different fields of study? Students are the main focus in about two questions on active learning in higher educations. And hence, when you are focusing on students' curriculum, and three are very important. Three factors are very important for students' point of view. First is skills, performance, approaches in active learning. So when I say active learning, what are the roles of students? Role of student in active learning, performance of student in a particular course, how students approach active learning, how students develop their skills from active learning, how teachers active learning method the affects students performance, effects of active learning activities, how to apply active learning activities, active learning in the online environment. So this is the era of online environment. So faculty as well as students can learn this online environment, assessing the impact on academic outcomes, utilization of technologies in active learning, application of active learning in STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, engineering and mathematics. And we are applying this active learning in all branches of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Importance of writing, research, and critical thinking. These three are very important. So nowadays, students are not active in writing, active in research, and active in critical thinking. Students should learn to think and write like researchers. This is very important. They want to write anything. They think that they are researchers. Why do few students do research well? Why not all? So we are giving some training for good research, how to write, discover ideas, how to think about research, how teachers' active learning method affects students' performance. Research and development, always we require research and development activities in the organization, in the institute for the innovations, and hence innovation in technology, future capabilities into new products, processes, and services are very important. How we relate research? These are the triangle. Generally, we are making some triangle. That is, we make one triangle, that is research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So when we have a good research, good innovation, definitely we can promote a good entrepreneurship environment also. And this is the today's need of engineering world. How you provide entrepreneurship atmosphere in the institute, in the industries, to make good products, services, and technology. And hence you must understand the role of R&D institutions. Generally, what is the role? That is for innovation, research, and for the production of any new product. We require the techniques for new product development. Need of innovation and entrepreneurship in education, it is must. Always, without innovation and entrepreneurship, there is no higher education, and hence you must concentrate on all these things. Why we need innovation and entrepreneurship educations? You add these two in the curriculum. Innovation in engineering education is very important. Teachers must be trained for innovation. Teacher must prepare their subject curriculum for adding some new ideas for the innovations. They must engage students in the innovations, and some of the expectations of the engineering education system from the teacher. Teacher changes from time to time. So teachers must be changed from time to time because continuously there is a total changing system that is scenario or development in the research, and hence they can learn so many things from the new researchers, and they must respond to changes in social activities, economic activities, and political changes. So in every country, we have three basic things, that is the social, economic, and political changes. Whenever there is a political change in the country, definitely so we have to change the education scenario. After listening to my lecture very carefully, a teacher will be able to develop what is real innovation, need of innovative practices in engineering education, concept of innovative practices, role of teacher educators in implementing innovative practices, steps of implementing innovative practices, need of innovative practices in technical education. So we have to develop the framework of a curriculum in the technical education, change of our traditional methods. Then teacher must face some challenges of the global market. A ranking of technical education is very must, and hence future teachers must acquire that knowledge for human and intellectual qualities. Human and intellectual qualities are very important, and that qualities can be facilitated for students by giving these ideas to students. Hence, it is necessary to think on curriculum framework for quality technical educations for the development of the country. It is important to have good teachers. Good teachers can produce only if you have a good system of technical education and dedicated and efficient teacher educators. It is necessary to improve the situation to absorb the innovation in technical education because modernization of technical education depends to an extent on modernization of teachers. Need of innovative practice in technical educations, I will explain the 8 point. It is very important. Technical education includes the changing needs of society and particularly changing needs of technology. Efficient and good teachers always try to introduce new ideas, techniques, and practices in the classrooms. Thus, it is necessary that teachers must go through innovative processes so that they become innovators in their area. So this is our problem-based learning process. So how you make the curriculum, how teachers can develop develop, how students can develop. So this is one of the model I have to explain. That is a problem. Create the problem in the classroom, give the ideas to the students. Students develop their knowledge. They learn something new. We call it as learning issues. And they will find what are the causes of problems. And after getting the causes of problem, definitely they will find the final solutions to solve the particular problems. And this is the cycle for the new education policy. And I have referred this. Thank you very much for patience listening.
Thank you, Sudhakar sir, for your kind words. Now I would like
Please unmute yourself.
sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now I would like to call Dr. Jitendra Setlani, sir, DN and Associate Professor, Sri Satya Sai University of Technology and Medical Science, Seoul, Madhya Pradesh. He completed his educational qualifications MCA from Pandit Ravi Shankar University, Raipur, and PhD in the computer science from NIMS University, Jaipur. He is the member of the anti-ragging committee at Sardar Patel Institute of Technology and Management, Madhya Pradesh, HOD in MCA department and at Lakshmi Narayan College of Technology, Indore, and HOD in MCA department at Mahakal Institute of Technology, Ujjain. Sir, I request you to deliver the speech.
Sakshi, I think there is technical issues. Please call next this.
Okay, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Supriya Kumar Velan, ma'am, the international speaker, communication and leadership coach, soft skill trainer, global motivational, keynote international and social activist, Chennai. She is training professional with over 15 plus years of the rich global experience in setting up, leading, and managing end-to-end learning and organization development management. She has been awarded with a various international and national awards, Best Soft Skill Trainer and Keynote Speaker by Corporate Guru, Best Speaker by Educus Unite of Scholars, Best World Speaker and Humanity Awards, Inspirational Speaker, the Life Foundation, and the Best Active Lifestyle and Golden Opportunity Award by Bangladesh. Ma'am, I requested you to deliver the speech.
Thank you so much. And I am presenting my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So I will say only one thing, that first of all, a great gratitude to Dr. Ajay Jain for giving me, for rendering me this beautiful opportunity and to express my views in the International Conference on Emerging Trends and Multidisciplinary Research and Innovations. So once again, a very good afternoon and good evening and good morning to all the global viewers who are watching us from their locations. So let's take this journey forward. And is my second visible? Second slide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. So my topic is the new world order post-COVID, or you can say world after Corona. When March 2020 hit this world, we were never prepared for such a drastic situation in our life. We all were packed in our houses. We were terrified. We were afraid. And we lost our daily routine. And that's the point where we all were surrounded by black negative clouds. This is the scenario I am telling you. I'm explaining you about March 2020. What happened? We all were habituated to lead this kind of life. Online, virtual platform. Sitting in house, doing our work, everything virtually. But every dark cloud has a silver lining. As the days progressed, we discovered medicine, we discovered vaccination. And now, by God's grace, we are back to our original world, but with precautions, but with little bit scare. But still, the habit which we have developed during those is still there. So let's not focus on the negative part, rather than we will focus on the positive part of COVID-19. That is the topic which I am going to take my journey with you all. Yes, we were. Yeah, please tell me.
Your presentation is stuck on first slide.
All right, so I'll just move like this.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. So is this visible? More contactless? Okay. Is my third slide visible?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go. So, we do the digital payments, do the online payments, and everything was digitally. How we all are talking today on a global platform. And I think if we see the positive part of more contactless, it is still there and it will be there in future too. You are saving your precious time. When you are contactless, when you need not to stand in a queue for paying your bills, for talking to people, for taking your groceries, you are more contactless. And the more you are contactless, the more you are at safer zone. Everything, even your maintaining, even your remote control of TV, containing lot of viruses. But the more you touch, the more you will be affected. So this contactless will be the same world, you can say, after the COVID. And I think the contactless payments is the best, which even I have realized in this COVID era. You can make the digital payments in a very good and a systematic manner without hazarding yourself, without harassing yourself, without wasting your time. So I think this is the best, and it should go on, and it should never ever stop if we see the positive part. Now, next thing, which I will say only one thing, which I learned during this COVID time, your digital boom, your online boom. Earlier, we used to say, don't touch laptop, don't spend a lot of time in mobile, this is hazardous, this is not good. But ladies and gentlemen, either you use technology as a boon or as a bane. Let me give you one example. If I will give you one apple, and if I give you a knife, and if I tell you, cut the apple, eat it, and become healthy. So one option. And if you cut your hand, if you cut your finger, that is your fault. Same like is technology. How you use, how much you use, the time duration you have to manage. So don't say technology is bad. Because of this technology, because of this, a great potential technology, global voice, globally we are connected today, and we are doing international conference. So digitally, digital infrastructure, I will say it will never ever move. Even today, we are having a lot of offline sessions. People are moving out, but still this digital has not stopped yet. And we are connecting digitally on this global platform. And it's very, very, enhancing our knowledge. We are learning in a way that every moment is a learning process for us. So strengthen digital infrastructure will always boom. It will never ever go out of the fashion. AI-enabled drug development. 100%. When COVID struck world, we all were rushing. Prime Minister, presidents were all in the search, scientists, innovators, all were in the research of medicines. What medicines, what vaccination we should discover. And AI, artificial intelligence, enabled this drug development. So, in future, thousands of viruses will come. Let's welcome them. Because we do have artificial intelligence which has supported and which is a good partner for the development of various drugs in the market, in the international market. Pfizer, Cadila, Cipla, we're all in the rat race. Who will discover the vaccine? And I think this will keep moving on in the field of science, technology, medicines, drug discovery. And if I say about the world after COVID, this will never ever stop. It will keep going on. Medicines will never stop, and it's not a non-stoppable industry. As far as you're healthy, you're the best. But still, you have to improve your immunity on your own. All right, telemedicine. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the topic which I have myself experienced. When we were in COVID. That time, we were not allowed to go outside, especially hospitals. Going to hospital, visiting a hospital or a clinic was just like a nightmare, because there you were supposed to catch a lot of infections. So telemedicine, consulting virtually to your doctors, talking them in a virtual mode or video conferencing, video call, help a lot of patients, help a lot of people in communicating in a better way. They can talk to their doctors in a very fruitful manner rather than being in traffic in a hospital or clinic, and can be the victim of so many diseases. And still, it will go on. The world after COVID, this telemedicine will never ever stop. And still, even for my consideration, I won't go outside. I'll just give a video call to my doctor, tell my problems, tell my symptoms, and he'll see, and the time is perfect for me. We can save a lot of our precious time in this telemedicine. And I think if we see the positive part of these 2 years, we have gained a lot of virtual platform, virtual knowledge. The time we never thought, that we have done. So positive and negative, plus and minus will always be there. Rather, you have to focus which part you are going to go and which part you are going to take it up. So big hats off, 2 thumbs up for this telemedicine. Online shopping, yes. Before COVID, I will say it was there. It was there, but people were not aware of so many applications, so many apps. After when we started this COVID, we were knowing what are apps development, what is the more virtual platforms we were just exploring. And that's the time when online shopping got a big boom up. And still now, we are in a habit of ordering online. Even I will say, for my part, instead of wasting my time going, be in a queue, putting a mask, feeling a lot of suffocation in the crowd, let's do online. Let's do online shopping, save your time, and this is the best way to improve yourself, to be the best version of yourself. I will say rather this. And this online shopping will go on and this is not going to stop. Even COVID will fully stop. So the positive part is we have to move on and on in our day-to-day lives, seeing our priority, seeing our time management, because time is money. and we can't waste a single moment of our time. Rise in esports, sports lovers, sports fan, sports industry. Earlier, they had to cancel their sports or they had to put a hold on their session or their great playing, where all the viewers, where all the fans will get a lot of frustration. But it's not like this. There is a huge rise in esports. If I talk about F1 car racing, still we have a lot of viewers, still have a lot of online boomer. And I think this has given a new turn in the field of your sports, in your field of your games, and this is not going to stop. This will move on with new type of development, with more new type of technologies, more new type of innovations, and that is the positivity, that is the positive part, where esports will never ever go out of fashion, and this will never ever change. If I talk about a very important thing, that is the power of teamwork. This we all have witnessed. Whenever there will be some lockdown, we will see our Prime Minister with other President and Prime Minister of other countries will form a video conferencing. They will chalk out the plans, they will chalk out the policies, and they will start working on it on the day first. This is the power of teamwork. And teamwork will never go in vain or never go out of fashion. That we all know from the time immemorial if we turn the pages of history. So teamwork, a big hats off to teamwork. It will go on. And even this teamwork we have witnessed when people were not able to have their proper meals. We all people globally united as one family and provided food to the people, to the needy people. Even we have distributed their requirements, clothes, food, their day-to-day expenditures. We have done in a proper teamwork. So teamwork will never move out of the fashion, and that is the best form of humanity. Change in consumer behavior. If we will see from starting point of buying a product to selling a product and it's disposable, these phases have been improved a lot. If I talk about Indian market, although America and Europe saw a downfall, that optimism has fallen down. But if I talk about India, it has boomed up. And this I am not saying just like that, but the Indian consumers' optimism is gradually increasing with each passing week. And we have seen in this COVID time, where the economy, where the people have helped each and every time with each and every step in launching or buying or selling or the maintenance of each product. So that's a good point, positive point, if we say. So I have covered all the positive points. What will be the world after COVID? How we were, how we are, and how we will be. And at last but not the least, I will thank everyone for listening this beautiful, very interesting topic. What will be the world after this COVID-19? And let's think positive, talk positive, and feel positive. So once again, Dr. Jam, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this beautiful platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your great presentation. Now, I would Dr. Akash Mehta, sir, the poet, the author, and the motivational speaker, senior assistant professor, pharmacy wings, LM, College of Science and Technology, Jodhpur. He did his Bachelor of Pharmacy from Lecture Memorial College of Science and Technology, Jodhpur, MCA from ICFAI University, Dehradun, and PhD in Pharma Management from Rajasthan University of Health Science, Jaipur. He is taking variety of the subject in pharmacy and management. He has been awarded for the best paper representation at 4th International Conference on the Management and Behavioral Science organized by Society of the Management and Behavioral Science, Jodhpur, on February 2012. He is also interested in creative writing, writing reviews on various poetry books, and also written various short stories which were broadcast on All India Radio Jodhpur and in various another newspapers. I request to the Dr. Akash Midha sir, please deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, good evening, and Khoshamdeed. Namaskar to all the dignitaries present here and the audience. First of all, I will ask the digitalization is there, the technology is there. First of all, I will ask the similar question whether I'm audible or not.
Sir, absolutely, you are audible.
Yeah. First of
Thank
all,
you, sir.
Research Foundation of India, thanks a lot for inviting me in this wonderful event, conference, you can say, where we can share emerging issues, emerging trends, as per the technology of we are talking about innovations or research parameters if we are talking about. So it is a wonderful conference. I attended all the deliberations by the all dignitaries, speakers, and I also congratulate Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee University organizing this such a wonderful event. Dr. Kulkarni, I want to congratulate the university and the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Sir. Thanks for giving this opportunity to be part of this particular event. And before I start, some type of things I will start with this particular aspect. Just give me 1 second. certain technical problem is arising, so I will come with this issue. Just give me a second. Yes, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This is one quote is there from my side. If we are talking about, I will make the session little bit different. So if I start, I will suggest one thing, that is तकनीक के इस दौर में मोबाइल है खत नहीं है. तकनीक के इस दौर में मोबाइल है खत नहीं है. सच तो ये है कि सच भी अब सच नहीं है. It will be different from overall scenario whatever we are talking about, but the reality is this: we are going in technology which is enhancing our day-to-day routine or researches and overall things, but somewhere where we are lacking in different parameters. This is another topic. I'll leave it. My topic for today's deliberation is digital transformation in pharmaceutical industry. Earlier, my work is easy because the platform is created by Dr. Supriya ma'am regarding telemedicine and different digitalization in the process of pharmaceutical industry and different companies. So if we are talking about this digital transformation in pharmaceutical industry, I would again want to quote one thing: "100 dard hai and 100 rahte." It means you have heard about this song, "100 dard hai and 100 rahte." It means it shows that. Is the screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if we are talking about "100 dard hai and 100 rahte," it means our overall thing is like this: कि हमारे पास we have different kind of techniques and different kind of technology or tools, or you can say innovations, from where we can go for this type of thing, that we can deliver new molecules, new type of sort of devices, medical devices, new type of innovations, innovative products we can go for. These kind of all type of things we have in our overall, you can say, weapon towards the different kind of disease. When we are talking about disease, it means disease is that whenever we are feeling uneasiness, dis-ease, that is we can say about. So for this disease, we have to go for diagnose, its treatment, and then cure. So overall, these things which are available here, that is a overall health system is engaged in this process. In health system, the doctor, we are starting from that particular doctor or prescriber, whosoever will diagnose our disease, and according to that they will suggest certain medicaments or treatment or sort of different kind of things which are available. But who developed that particular part, that is availability of that particular medicament, that is developed by the pharmacist. So that pharmacist, whosoever is manufacturer, first of all, he is research person who is developing that molecule, and also he is creating or manufacturing that particular medicament, and after that this person is actually marketing that particular product, and also giving that his interpretation of different molecules towards the patient, and you can say also counseling the patient towards different implications, side effects, drug interactions or drug food interactions. So these all overall work is of pharmacist. I am from that particular field, that is pharmacy. So this overall package, whatever you see in as a part of you can say your medicament, it is developed by the pharmacist. They are different kind of person. They are research persons, they are manufacturers, they are marketers, and they are also counselors, and also dispensing the medications at the particular retail counter or wholesale counters. So these are overall health system providers, if we can say about. It is also part of doctor, pharmacist, and nurses. Nursing staff is utmost important. And if we see in the COVID period, we saw all these type of things in scenario in COVID period, and can see the developments and different innovation after the COVID period, during the COVID period, and so on we will see in future. So I will also quote some lines of mine, that is regarding the pharmacist. माना कि शफा खाने में वो हर मर्ज का इलाज किया करते हैं, मगर इल्म की रोशनी से हम भी तीरगी मिटाने का हौसला रखते हैं. It means माना कि शफा खाने में वो means in hospitals doctors are treating, curing the patients. It's good, but we also, as educator, pharma educators and manufacturers or research person of pharma, we also know that that particular knowledge that can create medicaments and also can cure the this overall human being whenever disease occur. So this trait we have, this particular quality we have. So this particular industry growing very well overall. If I talk about healthcare industry, this is rising. I want to congratulate all overall compound annual growth, that is threefold rise, that is 22% it is going on, and up to 2022 it is going towards 300 billion. So this healthcare industry overall in India, if we are talking about 4.1 billion around, it is growing. The healthcare sector overall, I'm talking not only pharma, overall scenario, if you're talking about hospitals and overall scenarios, medical devices, or different kind of things are there. And there are n number of foreign direct investment things are going on in our India also. Setups are again started in overall scenario, and Ayushman Bharat and health and wellness centers, Digital India, e-hospitals, and Flipkart group also announced something about to give this financial investment in this overall scenario in this healthcare sector. So COVID-19 vaccine in September 2021, Sputnik also came, and different kind of vaccines, Corbevax already known to you, that is coming to the market. This is overall scenario of pharmaceutical sector. So this overall, I'm talking about these overall sectors of pharmaceutical industry. So, but talking about before that, pharmaceutical world is VUCA world. What does it mean? VUCA world is volatile, uncertain, complex, or ambiguous. Because if you see in the screen, you will find that in this scenario, uncertainty business models are there. That is 30, 90, 60, and but this number is decreasing right now, because in 2027 we are advanced, we are using artificial intelligence, so ambiguity is going down and investment is rising. So this is, but we have also to face the complex regulatory environments like US FDA. If you want to launch your drug in the US market, you have to go for Food and Drug Administration of that, which is very strict, US, if you are want to launch. And in different countries, there are different kind of their regulatory environments. So if you want to launch any type of products in any market, it is not that much of easy. You have to go through different parameters of that particular market. So is the screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, this certain technical glitch is going towards from my side. If we are talking about Indian pharmaceutical structure overall sector industry is valued at $33 billion, and it is going towards, if we are talking about generic market, so we are world leaders around second or third position, or you can say first position right now. We are emerging towards that particular generic market. In US, we have 40% this particular market, this demand, and 25% in UK. And export from India, that is US dollar 17.27 billion, and expected to rise 7% overall growth global share, that will be up to 2030. So this is our scenario overall. I'm talking about this because, and opportunities are, you can see here, that is upcoming patent cliff opportunity, like some of the patents will overall expire up to 2040, 24. After that, we have opportunity to go with generic products overall, this market, overall world. Ayushman Bharat Yojana, that is again healthcare sector, it is going tremendous growth towards fitness also. Before going towards any disease, we can go for the diagnosis of that particular disease and cure before it goes chronic. So these are the parameters which achieved in overall this biosimilar products and different kind of, I will not go in detail what is biosimilar and all. Virtual care in pre-COVID times, which earlier Dr. Supriya talked about, that is teleconsultation, that is WHO defined as interaction happen between a clinician and a patient for providing diagnosed therapeutic advice through electronic means. So this is virtual world is working right now. In virtual world we are living, and earlier we were in that phase that we are not in that condition that we are facing the realities. But right now, in real sense, we are getting that advantages of virtual world. And if we talk about teleconsultation and further, so you can see here new landscape in Indian pharma sector, that is enable doctors to safely continue their practice, provide alternate consultation to channel patients, and for growth prospectus of this pharma companies. I want to share the information that if you see about the scenario in COVID period, Ascot and Apollo hospitals, they were not in, every hospital was not in condition to treat every patient. It was prohibited in this COVID period. So they established their online portals, this hospitals, and by teleconsultation, they provided this opportunity to patient to generally go for that outpatient, you can say, in general conditions. If I have fever and different kind of certain conditions which are not that much urgent or emergency condition, I can consult a doctor. That is called telemedicine. Earlier Dr. Supriya told about that, teleconsultation and telemedicine. This particular market is rising, and you can see in this graph market size in US dollar millions, 5410. So telemedicine market is overall crossing that US dollar 5.5 billion in India. It is expected to grow more. So overall things are happening, that you can say different kind of artificial intelligence, computer vision. I will later on talk about that also, on the technology part, what we have achieved and what we are doing actually in pharma sector. In India, teleconsultation, e-pharmacy market, you already aware. PharmEasy, recently PharmEasy development was there. ThyroCare, if you want to go for diagnosis of your blood sample, like doctor recommend you have to go for blood sample. So you can contact PharmEasy company. Other companies are also available. So you can go for the blood sample collection, and after that they merged with the ThyroCare company. PharmEasy merged with the ThyroCare company, which is a leading company for this overall diagnostic laboratory it is. So different kind of online platforms are there. Practo, already existing player, and 1mg is also popular. So MedLife, these all type of, you have also went through these kind of advertisement of these particular platforms. So these all platforms are providing the medicines on the prescription basis, not without prescription. There should be a prescription of, in telemedicine in India, there is a regulation passed and came into through the Ministry of Family and Healthcare, family welfare. It has come into the process, and it was established a particular system. 2020 March it came into existence, and they established a system where they said that any prescriber should go through a training part, 3 months module, and after they have to register for teleconsultation process. After that only they can consult to the patient, they can give consultation services to the patient. Otherwise it is not advisable or allowable to them to go for that teleconsultation process. Digital healthcare ecosystem is going beyond, like we are wearing right now digital watches in our hand, which is giving us that opportunity to see the heart rate, BMR, and different kind of other parameters. Nowadays the smartwatches are available, wearables are there, and different kind of preventive medicines, patient and service apps, telehealth medicine, different kind of technological healthcare ecosystems are available in the hands of patient. So this is overall scenario. I will go towards teleconsultation system in India. That is, payers are patients, and this insurance companies and government also. In somewhere, if go for other countries, the government is paying towards the patient regarding the insurance claims, and in India we are going for the insurance policies, and then, but things are going on. Government is also doing wonderful job and going for the mandatory insurance policies for health purposes, health insurance. This is going towards tremendous growth. E-pharmacies, offline pharmacies, labs and setups are there for teleconsultation also. They are also giving a particular role. And next part is patient-doctor engagement. So if before, if we are talking about the consumer behavior, before that COVID period, 90% of patients, you can say all over audience, was connected to the virtual world. But from them, 44% of consumer healthy products more important as a result of this outbreak. After COVID period, people were not concerned about that part, that is this health consciousness. Right now the scenario changed, and up to 50% overall virtual this audience, which are maybe of troubled with certain disease, they are going towards that health system, health setups they want to opt for. Like they are going for digital platforms here, they are consuming. So they are health conscious, they maintain their self, they maintain their this different kind of, any kind of sort of problem arises in their body, they are going towards this advice, or you can say consultation. 64% increase. Teleconsultation is not a new, very new concept. It is around 10 years back concept, but it is in popularity right now. And you can see 64% post-COVID increase. It is, we can see. And after that, e-pharmacy business, that is overall 177.8 billion up to 2026. And we can say in US pharmacy to you eco, and in India MedLife 1mg pharmacy, where we can go for the online purchasing of medicaments, but only prescription drugs, not that without prescription drugs. It is mandatory everywhere. So consumer value proposition, if we are talking about, consumer are now wide selection, competitive prices are available, convenience, because these platforms are providing huge discounts to the patients. And we can also go for this medical professionals also getting that, using that particular softwares, and they are helpful for their patient history, to maintain the patient history. Pharmaceutical companies are also getting their business insight through this overall scenario. And market sellers, different kind of vendors go for this e-pharmacy solution. So these are overall win-win situation for different setups. If we are talking about retail pharmacy or online pharmacy, or different kind of consultants, practitioners, clinicians, whosoever it is. Now I'm moving further. Digital, that is, what does digital transformation mean for the pharmaceutical sector? So whatever I told you about this overall scenario, telemedicine and other things, it will cover, these particular slides will cover overall things. Fastly, I will go through this because time limitations. So digital transformation, if we are talking about, means implementation various digital technologies, which if we start from the scratch, like research areas, so it will be helpful for improved drug development. If I'm talking about a molecule, earlier I have to go through various kind of trial and error methods, I have to go for particular formulation, go for experimentation and some different kind of things, and I'm wasting different kind of chemicals, materials. But right now artificial intelligence make it very simple, where I can put the different kind of parameters, chemicals, ratios, and the result will be provided by the artificial intelligence, that is machine language. This will give me results, and ultimately I can go for the drug development. What would be the particular ratio of what molecule, what would be the overall resultant molecule will become, and in which direction we have to move in research parameters. So this overall scenario changed after this digital transformation, and different kind of softwares are available. Patient and interaction and care is achieved by maintaining the different kind of softwares, that is patient history. And overall, if you see in hospitals, big hospitals in India, also in foreign it is already available. So they are making their patient history like food habits, drug already taken by the patient, better drug research, improved distribution, that is supply chain management. I will take this part also later on, and reduce the cost also. This is overall trends which our pharmaceutical sector is going through. Top pharmaceutical industry trends and innovation in 2022. This should be here to be discussed. So first of all, there are 8 to 9 parameters or maybe more. So first of all, earlier also discussed role of artificial intelligence in pharmaceutical industry. So the role of industry, pharmaceutical industry, that is artificial in intelligence. So artificial intelligence, that is engineering dignitaries are also present here. Speakers are also there. So I will not talk upon that particular artificial. It is no doubt playing a crucial role and also providing us that is significant role, assist us problem solving. Global healthcare artificial intelligence softwares are available. That is, you can say, range application, that is software that is range 4.68 billion in 2019 and increasing by compound annual growth of 48.2% from 2000. So it is very valuable for clinical trials. You know that about clinical trials, and you must have seen from I'm talking about Indian audience, from most of us have seen that that web series that is talking about clinical trials phases, different kind of, and it is human is also a particular subject in this clinical trials. So we have to detect by artificial this intelligence. If we want to create a different kind of documents related to this trials, we can go for specific we can say subjectivity, objectivity also. And further, the key implication of this artificial intelligence are drug discovery and this production. I already discussed about that. Different kind of mistakes or errors we earlier did. So AI technology will get into insight into this particular discovery process and also improve the production for life-saving drugs like cancer drugs and other drugs which are life-saving drugs. So machine language models ability also there, like artificial intelligence we are talking about, it is related with machine language. It will also enhance the disease identification, better predictive forecasting, that is in pandemic, that is pharma supply chain. If we are talking about oxygen cylinders ki jo kami thi, oxygen cylinder deficiency was there. Drug trials, that is analytical part in our labs also, we can go for this simulation technique, that is artificial intelligence, or real-time data to manage the risk if the disease is like this emergency condition, so that real-time data can be get through this artificial intelligence. So this is number of granted AI patent, that is artificial intelligence patent, that is rising, that is 2000 to 2020. This is a particular source, global data source, which I got through. And other thing is computer vision. Again, the computer people know very well about this. So this is about the computer vision, that is different kind of models are there, state of art method in based on deep learning, that is machine learning based, and deep learning methods leverage deep neural networks. So deep neural networks, I think it is related to similar like we can say our neurons. Computer vision is helpful in quality control and packaging, different kind of inspection, manufacturing, during manufacturing and packaging operations. So computer vision manufacturing plant, this is computer vision technology installed, and it will go for accuracy and this precision part, and also shipment tracking and traceability in pharmaceutical sector. So this overall scenario will give us this technological edge where we can go for that. Also go for the flexible production. Pharmaceutical companies continuously searching for new manufacturing. So this if we go for sustainable part of this precision medicine where the errors are less, waste production should be less, this overall part can be used by artificial intelligence and computer vision technology. And one another thing which is related to another industries also, blockchain technology. So blockchain technology, that is again in groups we are taking the data set, and if I'm not wrong, in a group we are taking the data set. If we are talking about this distribution network of production and distribution network in pharma industry, so blockchain technology provide that this standard drugs, so to minimize the counterfeit medicine and substandard drugs. It means whatever substandard drugs which doesn't having quality, it should be omitted, it should be deleted from that particular part, and the this quality products should be reached to the customers. So this overall scenario can be done by blockchain technology, which is helping in the this scenario overall, you can say, about drugs. Cloud technology. Cloud, we already know about this cloud. What is cloud? I'm not going in that particular part. So cloud technology, that is store the data. Pharmaceutical industry also creating different clouds application, that is for CGMP, that is current good manufacturing. Earlier it was GMP, now it is called CGMP, that is current good manufacturing quality. This quality guidelines, for that particular purpose, the softwares are developed for the pharmaceutical industry also. Flow of information, right flow of information, which can reduce the chances of error in the overall this process, where this good engineering and research of different useful molecules. Big data and analytics means drug discovery and development process. High volume of data is there. Technology transfer is also there. Like I installed a particular unit here in Pune, and I want to install that particular technology at or I installed a particular technology in US, and I want to go to India to transfer that particular technology. I have to go for big data, that is real-time data management to be provided. So it is provided by only by analyticals, the analytical technique applications. It is regarding medical imaging, hospital data, and patient records. If we are talking about in setup of healthcare, then it is related to that. If we are talking about companies, then it means I want to extend my services towards the now I'm talking about extended reality. This is that is virtual reality or mixed reality or augmented reality. That is pharmaceutical companies nowadays. Nowadays, I already talked about technology transfer. So real time reality time opportunities or realities, there are type of interactions, but these type of interactions nowadays, we can say that it is possible by technology. Like we are interacting on an international platform by this technology, that is Google Meet. We are together. We can also go for the research group which are talking about mixed reality or virtual reality, where they can consult about new researches, and they can consult about different molecules, different patient problems diagnosed today. and how it could be mitigated in future. This is overall scenario can be go through by this particular part. And digital therapeutics. One is prophylactic. Whosoever is not student of pharmacy or science, I'm talking about like that. Prophylactic, when we are taking a medicine before, like diphtheria vaccine in childhood, you must have taken the all vaccines, TPT, that is prophylactic, so that you can be safe by that particular disease. Therapeutic means like afterwards disease happened and you are taking that particular shot of that particular vaccine, like suppose you have went through this disease diabetes and you are taking the shots of insulin, so it means you are taking it therapeutically. So digital therapeutics means software manage that particular physical, mental and behavioral condition. Nowadays the softwares which are in that process that can read your mind also. So technology based solutions are there. What is your thinking about that particular medicament? This can also be assessed in the current scenario. This type of technologies are arriving or in process. Internet of things like IoT, so drug discovery and development, manufacturing, clinical trials, or different kind of patent filing. Patents we file for different kind of innovations that already not existing. We done a particular maybe of product, maybe of drug product. So these overall things, which is a particular package of this particular, you can say. So lastly, I'm coming towards automation. That is overall, if we are talking about automation, robotics, if we are talking about artificial intelligence, it is already I mentioned, but it is sophisticated way of that robotics process automation. That is recruitment process of drug trials, and RPA can also regulatory affairs part, also regulatory standards. I already discussed about that. If we want to launch in different countries, we have to go for their regulatory parameters. And automation in different kind of robots can replace that human task, mixing of chemical and packaging. Although you are thinking about that robots will take place our work, no, because they are only taking part as a subordinate, mixing of chemicals and packaging. They are not taking your part, because mind or brain is of human being who is overall doing this, and it is for biohazards minimizing, if we are talking about. So ending this presentation with some lines. So if it is permission to me, I'm audible, again I'm asking. Yes, please.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. So before signing off, I would like to say 2 lines more. कि वक्त अच्छा आने में वक्त लगता है, मुश्किल से इल्म का दरख्त लगता है. So, and in last, जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं, we are doing overall. The Dr. Ajay Jain sir, thanks a lot for this, and Research Foundation of India, Dr. Saurabh Jain sir, and the organization Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee University, who is doing this wonderful job, the organization and all the dignitaries from that particular organization. So overall, we are doing together in COVID period. Will also did, that is नामुमकिन के दौर में मुमकिन लिखता हूँ, शक के चेहरे पे यकीन लिखता हूँ. It means I write possible in times of impossible. I often write faith on the face of doubt. So we should do always by technology or by our willingness, because only technology will not work. It's our willingness, our efforts, our motivation from inner side. It will work and it will develop something new in this. If we are talking about emerging technologies and innovations, whatever we are doing, we are human being having great minds, and we have a great soul, and we have great heart to do the things which can be fruitful for the society, human being overall. Thanks a lot from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Akash sir, for the wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to call Dr. Rupesh Shukla, sir, the trainer and IT expert, assistant professor and HOD Computer Department, Indore. He completed PhD in e-governance and commerce from Devi Ahilya University. He provided IT and computer training to the teachers in the various CBSE schools, worked as a member of the Anti-Ragging Committee of the National Conference on the Information Security and Privacy, and appointed 3.5 months for the business training program for the employer Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. So I request you.
My introduction. First, I would like to Prasad Mukherjee University Indore for conducting this wonderful conference. And Registrar Sir, Exam Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta Sir, and last Dr. Ajay Jain Sir for providing me opportunity to talk the people from different areas of the India. And Ajay Sir told me that Sir, you have spoken about the NAIC, and now this is the new and area that is related to you, so you should speak about on this topic, and you should share the ideas about this one. So first, again, congratulations to the conference. First, I will conclude my session. I'll start with my session with the. So this MDR basically when multiple groups of people from different countries together for a particular problem and provide the solutions as we can work together. But as we have seen that the India there is a no such means if you belong to one particular area you will collaborate with the other areas. But nowadays this from the different areas, and as Akash sir told that the pharmacy we should means there are a number of research areas for which we get basically within one academic disciplines. So when we work for the particular area that is are multiple disciplinary, then the cross-disciplinary boundaries, development of integrated knowledge are shared among the. This means these are the terms that we will use using these. Convergence means crosses disciplinaries and sectional boundaries. Common goals create new paradigms. So when definitely the new paradigm will be introduced. So when we see the status of this change with we are seeing, and as I told that there is a IO there in which the advancement has been come out, and the meaning and the patents and copyrights are increasing day by day. So these outputs and ideas will definitely country will develop, the nation will develop. Definitely the human development is always looked down upon. Historically, the boundary in a particular area you cannot see before some years, but there are a number of areas in which we are than across the world. There is a MDR is jointly done by the many peoples, and need to take help from other multidisciplinary areas. If we are like they can take the help from the history and social, because what has come from the historical knowledge. If the what are the social impact of this research, then that can become from the social technology. So there is a need to club integrate all the disciplines so that there will be the increase and multiply. So we will talk only those points that are having impact. Reform the policy while putting in place the conditions for the implementation of wide-ranging. We were working on this one policy that there is a boundary among the different. You have to make a broad area, and because in India the policy can be framed has implemented the national education policy, and under this policy there is a reform that promote the multiple multidisciplinary research also. So there is a need of for this one. Then initiative by government and private funding is there. So for the MDR there is a net you can see with the slide, and that is a 1% of GDP has been set for the research. But as the second part of the slide that you can see that there is a variance because there are high use. So when these barriers are reduced, private funding in applied science related participation is only 0.1% of GDP. And so next is the promote sector for the innovation. When we talk about this particular point, then there is a need of motivations that there will be innovation. They will come together to work together to promote the research. So it is necessary to create the conversation across the different disciplines. These all has to bring on a particular plate, work together. They will identify the new areas of remote forums and opportunity for researchers in different fields to interact and engage in order. We have to make a common platform where they can work with each other how the research will impact of one area to the another area. So there is a need of platforms, and we have to make a common platform so that different persons, different researchers can come to work on the particular area with the different areas. And next is the increased job creations and revenues. Definitely this MDR will increase the job creations because new industries such as internet-based services and the environmental goods and services play the important role for translating technical change into the productivity and employment. As Akash sir told that there is a huge integration of pharmacy and computer science. And this is the point where we can think that the internet-based services and the environment we have to create so that different areas can be collaborate with the other part, and they will play the important role for change. So government should create an environment to conducive to emergence of demand and jobs in the new growth areas and entries. So again, there is a need to make the policy from government, and there is need to create the environment by the government where the multiple areas can club together, integrate together, they can share the ideas. So definitely the job demand will increase, and that will help in the development of country also. And the flexible services condition has led to job creations and network-based services in the number of area is not sufficient to work for the make liberal for the infrastructure, our infrastructure in such a way so that in the services we are combining a flexible regulatory framework with the incentives encouraging innovations to supply the environmental goods and new services such as eco with the help of innovations and the multidisciplinary research among the researchers, business, academicians, and the policy makers. According to the HIC, are increasing both within and between the research, and there is a pressure. So within the organization, and there is a questions for the research management and the science to increase the competitions and this increase of coaches in all the field for a particular area, and that we can see in the patent in the increase the collaborative research. So that the authors from the different areas work the research paper. If the number of co-authors are more and research works come down in the so we have to promote this type of forward to work together from between industries and academia. So collaborations of the diversity of work style. And it is not necessary they can write a paper, should be a innovative ideas, and that definitely that when the different the people from the different work different areas and definitely so, the benefit of working in many people resulting in the better papers. So definitely good research paper will come in front of the society. The collaboration of countries worldwide. So world economic, natural, political, and say that the world is a village, a common village where we can work together. So the crises are very complex. So there is a different complexity related to disasters, political instability in the world, and cross-cultural perspective. So some preliminary problem facing by the world are the climate change. So definitely inequality and poverty are doing very well in some countries. Ideas with each other and share public health there, gender discriminations, and that's for the MDR. And when these are integrations, and we have to work according to that particular content for us. Person, the number of co-author invitations. According to one projects in the web of science and Scopus 2, more than one subject is more classified in more thirds are work together on a particular section will definitely as a education field if the author of the researcher this MDR will work for this. So these all were the points MDR and increase the MDR and innovations. So these so much for giving me opportunity to talk on this particular topic. Thank you so much.
Invite, right?
Sir. Thank you, Rupesh, for your patient hearing and support. Now, I would like to hand Assistant Professor, Department of CA and IT.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, for providing the opportunity to conduct the international conference. Dr. Namita Singh, ma'am, Registrar Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee University, Ranchi, for his constant support. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Ashish Kumar Gupta, sir, Controller of Examination, DSPU, for his immense support. I would like to extend my special gratitude to Dr. Saurabh Jain, sir, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, sir, CMD of RFI, and Dr. Ajay. I would like to thank for their valuable insight on the topic. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Sudhakar Umle, Kumar Velam, ma'am, Dr. Akash Midha, sir, and Dr. Rupesh Shukla, sir, for their valuable time and support. This made like to extend my humble gratitude and universities. This conference wouldn't have been, and there. So the another technical minutes, sir. So participant is text in the message, the presentation text message in the chat boxes, so that we
Hi. All right, all right. I'll present my screen now. All right, sure.
Eldon, please wait for some time. Please wait.
All right, sure.
I'll call you. I'll call you. Please.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
So welcome everyone. Welcome again. Good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, we will start to the technical session. I would like to introduce two eminent person, Dr. Siva A.M. College Halida, Purulia, Bengal, and another one, Professor Radharam Datta from BIT Misra. Two technical session chair, which organize the technical session. So I think the participant will ready to present their PPT. So first, I will call the Eldon Malubag.
Hi, good day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Please let me know if you can see my screen now.
Yeah, it's visual.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So my name is Eldon C. Malubag. My thesis is entitled Financial Control Practices of a Savings Bank in a Rural Bank in Pasig City. So I studied my master's degree in Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manila. So this is my thesis that I accomplished there, and I'm going to present to you the gist of my thesis now. So for the introduction, what is the significance of having financial controls? So a system of effective financial control practices is actually a critical component of bank management or any other organization. And it is a foundation for the safe and sound operations of any companies. Also, a system of strong financial controls can help to ensure that the goals and objectives of a banking organizations or, as I mentioned, any other companies will be met, and that the bank will have or achieve its long-term profitability targets and then maintain its. So for this treatment of the problem of my thesis, my study aimed to assess the level of effectiveness of the financial control practices of a savings bank and a rural bank in the Pasig City. So for the confidentiality purposes, I didn't disclose the name of the banks, but essentially it is a rural bank and a savings bank in the city of Pasig in the Philippines. Specifically, the study sought to answer the following questions. So what's the profile of the respondents in terms of the following variables? So we have the age, gender, highest education attainment, job position level, bank employed, unit assigned, number of years of service in the bank, and then lastly, average annual number of training and seminars attended related to financial management within the last 3 years. So later on, regarding respondents. And then secondly, how do the respondents assess the level of effectiveness of financial control practices of the banks in terms of the following aspects? So we have three actually. We have financial planning, financial controlling, and then financial accounting and reporting. And then lastly, is there a significant difference in the respondents' assessment on the level of effectiveness of the financial control practices of banks when they are grouped according to profile? So we're gonna know that later on the next few slides. And then for the hypothesis, there's no significant difference in the respondents' assessment on the level of effectiveness of the financial control practices of the bank. All right, so for the materials and methods used, I actually used the descriptive method of quantitative research, and a total of 104 bank employees with functions related to financial controls were respondents in this study. So the 104 bank employees are actually the combined population from both two banks. And then data gathering was conducted using survey questionnaires, and different statistical tools were employed thereafter. So the study actually was done during the peak of the pandemic. So I used Google Forms to perform the survey because it's kind of difficult to do it in face to face because of the challenges during the pandemic. And then in determining the sample size, I actually used the Cochrane formula. And then I also used the Likert type 5-point scale in ranging respondents' answer to the questions. And then lastly, the following statistical methods were employed to make the representation and comprehension of the study. Studies finding is here. So we have the frequency, percentage, ranking, weighted mean, t-test, and then ANOVA, or what we call the one-way factor analysis of variances. Okay, so for the results, this slide shows the percent distribution of the respondents according to profile. So as to age, you could see that the majority of the respondents are 30 years and below. So it's composed of 76%, wherein the minority is about 2%, or those people with 41 to 50 years of age. And then for the civil status, you would see that the majority of the respondents are female, which is 60%. And then for the highest education attainment, you would see that 99% or majority of the respondents are are college degree, and only 1% has master's degree. And then for the job position level, it shows that 57% are from the middle management, meaning the managers and above, executive directors. They are composed. I'm sorry, the rank and file actually 57%, and then the 43% is from the middle management, which I mentioned before, the managers and above. And then for the years employed, you will see there that savings bank or the ones employed in savings banks have the longest years of employment in the bank. So it's composed of 87%. Majority of the respondents are from the accounting department, wherein the minority are from the controlling department. And then for the years employed, 61% or those having 5 years and below have the majority. And then for the number of trainings, you would see here that seven and more trainings got the highest numbers of respondents, while there are 7% who did not undergo any training for the past 3 years, which is related to financial management. Okay, so for the result, effectiveness of financial control practices of banks in terms of financial planning, financial controlling, and financial accounting reporting. So this slide shows that all of these aspects are actually effective for both banks. However, you would see here the ranking wherein the financial controlling is actually the number one, which got the highest weighted of 4.43. And then the lowest one is the financial planning with 4.33 of weighted mean. So to interpret in relation to the profile, so there is a significant difference in the respondents' assessment on the effectiveness of financial control practice of banks in their group to profile. So you would see here that there are 4 profiles that have significant difference, which are age, unit assigned, job position level, and bank employed. So to discuss what does this mean, for age, the study shows that the lowest weighted mean was given by the respondents of age 41 to 50 years old to financial accounting in reporting. And this suggests that it can be more challenging for older persons to do their job because their fluid cognitive ability deteriorates with age. So it suggests that the company should provide regular health and well-being initiatives and encourage all employees, even those who are older, to be. And then for the unit assigned, since duties and responsibilities vary per unit or department, it's also important to be knowledgeable of bank-wide policies and procedures relevant to the bank operations and financial transactions. So I suggest that the bank can update their employees regarding to changes or development in bank's products and services. So all levels of management should be equipped to discuss the updates or new policies and processes. And then for the broader range of experience than the rank and file, the lower management can also consider acquiring more exposure to financial controlling by attending seminars or trainings related to financial management or financial controlling. And then for bank employed, so the size of savings bank actually and rural bank differs significantly because a savings bank being bigger than the rural banks result in more sophisticated transaction accounting. So meaning there's a well-defined management rules and regulations, and there's more stringent or rigorous regulatory compliance. However, regardless of the bank category, careful are recommended as the consequence of non-compliance can be expressed in the form of substantial penalties. So if new policies or processes are being implemented, the organization should consider setting deadlines for our employees to recognize them. And additionally, the organization should make policies and procedures easily accessible to all employees to ensure that everyone is being compliant. Also, they should ensure that all or assigned, they should have access to the policies that pertain to them. So this will keep them from being discouraged and abandoning their compliance efforts. So that sums up the result of my study. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your presentation. Well done. So audience, maybe ask any questions from the presentation. We have any?
Yes. Where your financial control will be used and which type of technique you have explained, you have used a t-test or you have used any other test, and what method? Yes, what methodology you have used, and it is specific for a particular domain, like based on which domain?
So I actually used the distributed method of quantitative research.
So what methodology and your domain of this financial control? Domain means basically it will be analysis or some insurance sectors or what?
Yeah, so this study will be specifically for those two banks that I mentioned. That's why the respondents are employees from the Rural Bank and Savings Bank. So specifically, this is applicable for the two banks.
One more thing, you have used a Z test or T test because chi-square test.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, I think may I call the another participant, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So next participant, Burma. Remove. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Visalji, please your presentation. And one more thing, participants should maintain the time schedule, right? Perfectly.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Screen is visible. You are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon to the technical experts, all the dignitaries, the guest speakers, the faculty members, research scholars, and the organizers of this international conference. My name is Vishal Verma. I'm pursuing my PhD from Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal. And the title of my research paper is Study on Efficacy of Performance Management System in Manufacturing Sector. A frequent examination of an employee's contribution to the growth of the company is described as performance appraisal. Organizational growth can be measured in terms of sales volume, human resource management, and employee performance. Periodically, employee performance should be evaluated. Employee performance should be evaluated on a quarterly basis as it assesses the employee's abilities, accomplishments, and growth. Companies utilize performance appraisal to provide employees feedback on their job, bonuses, their incentives, and they can even take decisions whether to fire the employees. I've done around 20 to 25 reviews of research papers of national and international journals. I've done around 20 to 25 literature reviews. The research methodology used in this research paper is the study employed qualitative methods. The primary data has been collected with the help of structured open-ended interviews with the officers acting as rates, and the secondary data came from government papers, journals, national and international journals. The primary data has been collected with the help of questionnaires, which I have provided to the managerial grade personnel in the industrial sector who were chosen for the study. The questionnaire was made up of 16 factors as well as the respondents' personal information. The 16 characteristics listed that I will tell in the next slide. The study's population consists of 160 manufacturing management workers. The population sample size is 160 and the sample unit is industrial sector of Bhopal. ANOVA was employed as a statistical method in this investigation. Objectives of the study: to investigate the performance appraisal method for manufacturing sector managers, to assess the effectiveness and make recommendations from an HR standpoint, data analysis and interpretation. This study employs analysis of variance to better understand the industrial sector's performance appraisal system. It was used to analyze all 16 variables included in the study. 0.05 was chosen as the significance level. H0, there is no significant association between the respondents and variables used for the study. H1 indicates that the respondent experience and variables chosen for the study have a substantial relationship. Table 1. In relation to the number of years of service and identifying opportunities for training and interpretation, I have done the analysis on the data which I have collected with the help of questionnaire. Interpretation: the tabular value is 3.04, whereas the calculated value is 0.807. H0 is approved because the calculated value is less than the tabular value. It is inferred that there is no significant relationship between the respondent industry experience and the principal goal of the approval. which is to identify training and development possibilities. Table 2. Important part of the assessment process, the number of years of service and the amount of compensation are calculated. As the major goal of the appraisal, there is no substantial association between the respondent's years of service and the incentive allotment. Alternative hypothesis, as the major goal of the appraisal, there is a considerable association between respondent's year of service and record allocation. Table 3. 360-degree appraisal is conducted. The respondent's year of service must be considered as well as the appraisal's objectivity. If a 360-degree appraisal is conducted, there is no substantial association between respondent's years of service and the appraisal's unbiasedness. Alternative hypothesis. When a 360-degree appraisal is conducted, there is no substantial association between respondent's year of service and the appraisal being unbiased. Interpretation. 1.188 is the computed value and 3.05 is the tabular value. Because the calculated value is less than the tabulated value, H0 is accepted, implying that there is no substantial association between the respondent's expertise and the assessment's unbiased nature if a 360 appraisal is, regardless of the differences in their experience, in the employee's experience and the factors chosen to investigate the performance appraisal system in the manufacturing sector. The employees chosen for the study have the same option regarding the manufacturing sector's performance appraisal system. The majority of respondents, that is 78%, believe that the goal of the company's appraisal is to help them improve their potential, which includes training and a raise in their salary package. The majority of respondents, that is 62%, stated that they were involved in establishing the criteria for evaluation and were informed about their job responsibilities, which with a clear picture of their following the performance review. Around 70% of the workers or the employees claim that they enjoy cordial connections with their superiors because they believe they are free to seek advice from them at any time. Nearly 65% of respondents are satisfied with the superior's evaluation and the criteria utilized to conduct it. The reply received from the superior stratifies around 65% of the replies. They are encouraged by the feedback they have gotten from their supporters. Around 72% feel that system's goal has been justified to some extent. The major goal of the appraisal system in the manufacturing industry is to maximize an individual's potential and to reward them if their performance is exceptional. After each appraisal procedure, over 62% of respondents are satisfied with their progress. It demonstrates their performance. Conclusion. Performance appraisal system is a crucial tool for encouraging and enhancing employee performance. If it is accompanied by employees' participation from the beginning to the end of the appraisal process, the appraisal system achieves the appraisal system's objectives. A fair and ethical evaluation of an employee's performance requires a participatory performance appraisal. Employee acceptability and satisfaction with the appraisal process increases significantly when employees have a meaningful part in the process. It means they should be given some opportunity so that they can contribute some ideas in the performance review process. An effectively done appraisal process will result in better employee placement, role clarity, and job happiness, all of which are important motivators for employees. It is advised that as part of the performance appraisal system, each and every employee should participate and should be given opportunity to participate in deciding the evaluation requirements. Hence, it is suggested that employees should be given opportunities to participate in determining the performance review criteria. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishal Verma, for a valuable presentation. And sir, Datta sir, please ask the question. Please.
Yes, Vishal. Which tool you have used to implement implement the ANOVA?
ANOVA.
Yes.
Sir, I have
Just
used I have used ANOVA to for the analysis purpose of the data, analysis of variance.
Do you have use any tool for implementing that? That is ANOVA.
You are talking about the statistical tool?
Yes, yes.
Sir, yes, I have used SPSS.
SPSS, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now the next participant is Vana Jankler is there?
Hi, sir. Can you
Hi.
hear me po?
Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Please share your presentation.
I will start to present now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Is my screen visible?
Not visible.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Jonathan Helpula.
Hello. Vana.
Yes, sir.
Your screen is not visible right now.
Sorry, sir.
Not visible.
I'm having troubles with my camera earlier. My camera is on, actually.
Okay. No, sure. Present your paper.
Can you see my slide?
We are not able to see your slide.
Can I proceed now?
We are not able to see your presentation.
Try to share your slide.
Were you able to see my slides po?
Please share your screen. No?
I am sharing my screen, sir.
Yeah.
For a while, sir, I'm having trouble with my.
Okay.
I'm just going to share it to my friend so that he can share it for me.
Okay, please.
Thank you.
Vana, we are waiting.
Yes, sir. Were you able to see my screen?
No.
For a while, sir.
Otherwise, we call another participant.
I'm already sending my slide.
Hello? Yes?
Eldon will share it for me, sir, so that I can present right away.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Apologies for the technical glitch.
I think please send you the WhatsApp group.
Sorry, sir.
Please send your PPT in the WhatsApp group so that I can show your presentation.
Yes, sir. I've already sent it po.
Any other participant want to present the paper? Anyone want to present your paper?
Yes,
please text me. Yeah. Hello. Anyone want to present your paper? Till now, one I sent to me send the PPT
Yes,
in
sir.
my
I sent my presentation to your email, sir.
email. Oh, which mail?
The official email, sir.
Oh my God. Can you send in the WhatsApp group also?
Oh, for a while, sir.
WhatsApp group, so that we can say, no?
Hi, sir.
Okay, thank you. I got it. I got it.
Hi.
I think this one.
Yes,
na?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Okay. Apologies, sir. Can I start now?
Please. Wait. Yes, please start.
Sir,
Please start.
please start. So good day, everyone. My name is John Adelhan Kulan, an MBA graduate at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Manila, and I am a certified investment solicitor under the Securities and Exchange Commission. Currently, I am connected with the Land Bank of the Philippines, the official depository of the government of the Philippines, and today I will be presenting to you my research entitled The Digital Onboarding System of a Government Universal Bank. Next slide, please. I would like to briefly highlight some points to introduce my study to you. Digital banking in the Philippines has been left behind in the current years in Asia. According to a survey, Philippines was a global leader in the time spent in social media category, but sadly, it was slowest in the digital banking transition. This is due to the Filipinos are very traditional. They want to conduct their banking transactions and other financial transactions over the counter and not via internet. That's why it has become that's why Philippines has become slower in digital banking transition. Digital banking has been rampant globally as it has the leading event and latest innovation in the banking industry. In line with that, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, in line with its financial inclusion goal, which is to basically bank the unbanked, has approved and introduces the new framework of digital banking. It is separate and distinct from all other categories of bank. There are several foreign digital bank in the country, and I think it's better for our local bank like the Land Bank of the Philippines to introduce its own digital banking platform. And Land Bank, as the official depository bank of the government funds, introduces its own digital banking platform, which is the digital onboarding system. And we are all aware that we've been facing a pandemic for more than 2 years now. And aside from that, aside from the fact that digital banking has been all over the world, it is also the pandemic that fueled the need for digital banking transition. Next slide, please. So in order for me to conduct this study, the theory that I used is the technology continuance theory by Liao, as it is one of the latest theory about technology, and it's an amalgamation or combination of three renowned models when it comes to individual satisfaction and technology. Those three models are the cognitive model by Oliver, the famous technology acceptance model, and the expectation confirmation model. I believe that this theory is best suited for my study as its main variable is continuous intention with individual satisfaction, which is the main objective of my study, is to assess the effectiveness of the newly introduced digital banking platform of a government bank. Next slide, please. For the methodology, the method that I use is the descriptive method. Since this study focused on assessing the effectiveness of the DOBs, and to attain this goal, I use the descriptive method as it is the most commonly used method when it comes to quantitative research. It focuses on the what rather than the whys. That is the most suited method for this study. Data were obtained using a structured but modified questionnaires, and those questions are based from the researchers' reader and other studies that was conducted before. And I think those were the really relevant for my study. The respondents of this study were bank clients who opened their account through the digital onboarding system. Basically, it is payroll accounts of those government employees, wherein those government agencies are maintained their bank accounts with Land Bank, within our branch. And in order for me to get the sample size of my study, I used the Cochrane formula, and I was able to get 169 sample size out of the 302 population. The sampling technique that I used was the simple random. Simple random because it is the most popular and straightforward sampling method, wherein each of the population has an equal chance of being picked as one of the samples. During my data gathering procedure, I was able to distribute 257 questionnaires and collect 172, which is beyond the sample size of 169. I need to reject some of the questionnaires because it lacks information and it is not completely filled up, and it may invalidate the data. I conduct my study during the pandemic, so I used the social media to conduct my study, and I asked the approval of the head of the human resource of different agencies so that they can help me disseminate and collect my questionnaires. After the data collection, all responses were gathered and computed using the most suitable statistical tools. Frequency and percentage was used to determine the distribution of the profile of the respondents, weighted mean to identify the weighted average of the responses on the assessment of the effectiveness of the DOBs, and of course, one-way ANOVA for the significant differences, and whether to reject or to retain the null hypothesis. Next slide, please. So for the results, first is for the profile of the respondents. Majority of the respondents were male, aged between 21 to 30 years old, which is the youngest age bracket. Most of them actually are single, has a bachelor's degree, and of course, majority is government employee, and they were earning a monthly salary of less than 30,000. So that's all for the profile. Next, please. This is where the main objective of the study focuses, the respondents' assessment on the effectiveness of the DOBs. The DOBs in all aspects was rated as effective by the respondents, which is safe to say that the bank's digital banking platform was able to meet the needs and expectations of its clients. Actually, the highest rating is very effective, but I believe that since there are foreign banks in the country, and me personally, I believe that those were better than ours for now. But still, since the DOBs is verbally interpreted as effective, this only means that the DOBs was able to satisfy its clients. The three aspects that I use to assess is that the account opening requirements, account opening processing, and the client communication and information. When it comes to the requirements, the the statements were the documents, basic information, and the initial deposit. While in the account opening processes, the factors that it considers were user-friendliness of the system, the turnaround time, and the availability. Whereas for the client communication and confirmation, it is basically focused on the security and privacy and the accuracy of the information. Next slide, please. Last, and when it comes to significant differences, there is a significant difference in the respondents' assessment on the effectiveness of the dogs when they are grouped according to profile. There is a study that I've read about for example, for the sex, it is significant when they assess the dogs because male are more engaged in using the technology rather than the female because females are more traditional or more emotional, so they want to do or conduct their transactions with a face-to-face basis. When it comes to age, of course, this is technology. We are all aware that the most suitable or the most age bracket that welcomes the technology and the innovation are the younger ones. And for the employment status and the highest educational attainment, of course, in order for us to use technology, we need to have basic technology knowledge. So that's why highest educational attainment is also there is also a significant difference when they come to assessment when they assess the effectiveness of a digital banking platform. Next slide, please. That would be all for now. And thank you so much for your time, and I hope you learned something from my side.
Thank you, Vana Jacqueline. So,
thank you, sir.
Radhanam Datta, sir, please ask any questions you want to ask.
Yes. So your research is about descriptive research or analytical research?
Descriptive, sir.
Descriptive.
Yes, sir.
And sample is there? Why you have used a random sampling?
Because it is the most simple and straightforward sampling technique, and everyone has an equal chance of getting picked as one of the respondents.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And the next participant is Yashwant Kumar. Yashwant Kumar is there. Please share your screen. Yashwant Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen.
And good afternoon.
Please share your screen, please first.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Participant, please.
Yes, it is visible. Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Participant, please, I'll request you to please maintain your time. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you, Syama Prasad Mukherjee University and Research Foundation Group, who has given me this opportunity to present my paper. Actually, this is one of the industry projects that actually we are doing, and I am actually working in the National Informatics Center, Ranchi, and I'm also pursuing research from Usha Martin University under the guidance of Dr. Vinay Singh. The topic that I have taken is the cross-project language neutral advanced LSTM-based network for software quality assurance. Basically, it's a artificial intelligence and machine learning-based model through which we are trying to predict the defects in the software projects to ensure the quality assurance. So basically, what is abstract of my topic is in the current scenario of the software development evolves from single programming language development framework to a multi-language macroservice architecture, wherein we are developing the single application by using the multiple languages. For software product, there are plethora of low-level and high-level programming languages. The challenge is to create a single model which is neutral to language as well as project. The idea of Conceptualizing this work emphasized that similar to natural language, like we say Hindi, English or something, the programming language also have some linguistic characteristics like syntax, semantics, programmatics, and grammar. The technique of natural language processing, that is NLP, is one of the oldest area of machine learning research, and it is employed in significant fields such as machine translation, speech recognition, sentiment analysis, and various other text processing. In this paper, we have leveraged the concept of NLP, that is deep learning network, to convert the source code into the fixed length vectors and pass it into the embedded layer of advanced long short-term memory network. This network can learn the linguistic pattern in the source code. Then it is used to predict the defective modules in the project, regardless of programming language. The result outperformed as compared to handcrafted software metrics that were used earlier. These are the table of contents that I'm going to discuss. I have reviewed around 20-25 papers, and based on that, I have just found out the next things. So, introduction. This approach is articulated on the novel deep learning advanced LSTM-based model, and this extracted the program's neutral tokens from the source code using a tool that is easily available, that is the ANTLR tool, and it uses the language specific lexer and parser grammar to generate the tokens. This sequence of tokens are pre-processed and normalized by unsupervised learning techniques like word to vector to generate the fixed length vectors. This vector data is input to this deep learning based advanced LSTM network to train it. The efficiency of the classification is evaluated using accuracy and area under the curve matrices. So what is the NTLR? Actually, NTLR is a powerful parcel generator that we can use to read, process, execute, or translate the structured text or binary files. It is widely used in academia and industry to build all sorts of language tools and frameworks. Twitter searches uses NTLR for query parsing with over 2 billion queries a day. The language for Hive and Peak, the data warehouse and analysis system for Hadoop, both use NTLR. Lex Machina uses NTLR for information extraction from legal text. Oracle uses NTLR. NTLR within SQL Developer ID and their migration tool. NetBeans ID parser C++ with NTLR. The hibernating query language in the Hibernate object-oriented mapping framework is built with NTLR. So NTLR is a powerful tool that I am using in this particular paper projects. So basically, what is the model? The model is like that. We are taking the secondary data from GitHub Promise backup data set where we are getting the bug data set, and from bug data set that is comprising of multiple programming language that is converted into the tokens, and from that tokens it is converted into the vectors, and from that vector it goes to the it is now converted it is now split into the training data and the test data, and from the training data the model is the LSTM model is trained, and from test data it is evaluated. This is the model overview. Like we can have a application which may be using multiple programming language in the microservice architectures. Like service could be written in any programming language like Java, C#, Python, JavaScript, Go, or Dart, or PHP. Now, because all the programming language has different syntax architecture. So what the NTLR tool will do, it will convert all the language specific syntaxes into a language neutral tokens, and then these tokens are converted into the word to vector. From word to it is converted into the vector, and these vectors are actually put into this LSTM model, and when it is put into the LSTM model and it is trained, it can give the output as whether that module is buggy or not buggy. So finding the bug at the time of development will be very easy, and at the time of testing, the time and the cost will also be saved. So this is the summary of the model. In this model, we are using that one embedded layer, one dropout layer, and LSTM model, and then through softmax we are like categorically we are finding two output, either it is a buggy or not buggy. This is the link of the bug data set from GitHub that is being used to train the model. This is the final model. So this is the evaluation result. Basically, when I have just checked this model on the basis of accuracy and area under the curve, because area under the curve is one of the tools that is used for logical regression and for finding out if you have a categorical data. So area under the curve is basically used here, and we have reached up to the 89% of area under the curve and accuracy up to 80%. So in this paper, we propose a novel language neutral approach by embedding an ALSTM-based neural network. Final empirical result on the real open source project demonstrate the effectiveness of our proposed approach. In the future, we want to extend our research in several ways. First, we want to investigate the generalization of our empirical studies by considering data set from more open source projects and commercial projects. Second, we want to consider more reasonable input for our approach, combining program analysis techniques. Then we want to consider or propose more advanced DLN model and embedding methods to improve the performance of our. Finally, we want to apply our approach to real software quality assurance process of the enterprise. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks for your contributions of your presentation. So, sir, if you have
Thank
any
you, sir.
query, you can ask, please. Shiva sir, can you ask any questions? If you have any query.
No, I have no queries.
Okay, fine. So I think any one participant who want to present the paper?
Sir, can I present that now?
Please.
Soumya.
Soumya. Okay. Soumya, so please present your paper as soon as possible, because we are getting late.
Okay,
And
sir.
maintain your time, please. Maintain your time limit. Thank you. This is the last. This is the last presentation. This is the last presentation. After that,
Screen is not shared.
okay, please. Rest of the participant, if you want to present the paper, we will present the paper then tomorrow itself.
Sir, no, I cannot sharing my PPT here.
Why? Any problem?
Yeah, I'm facing some problems here. You must
Okay.
grant permission in order to screen share.
Okay, fine. Just wait. I'll just check.
Okay.
Soumya. Yog Pratap ji, can you resolve this problem from your side? Just wait. Yog Pratap ji, are you there? Okay. So I think, okay, please send your PPT in the WhatsApp group, please. Please send your word.
Okay, sir.
Just check. And this is the last presentation, and the rest of the participant would like to present your paper. So we will join tomorrow, and you can present your paper in the technical session tomorrow.
Sir, can I present it without showing this PPT?
Okay. I would ask to technical expert, technical resources. So please, sir, can we allow her?
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, Soumya, please.
So I'm sharing it through WhatsApp. Yes, sir, I shared it in WhatsApp too.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
So can I start it now?
Yeah, just I'll share your PPT. Yeah, can you start?
Okay, sir. Yeah, I'm Soumya. I'm doing research in the Department of Psychology, University of Kerala. Here, this is my topic: rejection sensitivity in relation to pursued parental bonding among transgender women. We know some people, however, and more often they are men, feel deep within themselves from early childhood that they are of the opposite sex. Such people are deeply unhappy with the gender they were born in because it is different from the gender they feel they should be. This often leads to desire to live in their preferred gender and to change their appearance. This is termed as transgenderism. Transgender individuals may come out at any age. In more recent years, the general trend has been that people come out at early ages. Trans people who express their gender identities later in life often face rejection by mainstream society and the social service institutions as they go about undoing gender socialization. Those who express their gender identity from an early age are often rejected by their families. A greater level of parental control may be exerted in the case of transgender children in India in order to instill a sense of obligation to the family and discourage independence. Keeping in view the discrimination and ostracism faced by the transgender youth, the investigators considered it significant to conduct research on this marginalized sector and trace the developmental antecedents and the personality factors that play an important role in their lives. Here, the objective of the study is to find out the relationship between perceived parental bonding and the rejection sensitivity among male to female transgender people. So here the participants are male to female transgender people. Their age range from 20 to 45, who were enlisted in the government's list of transgenders in the Trivandrum district. The sample size was 35. They were selected through snowball sampling technique and a personal interview. They were selected based on some inclusion criteria. They are who fulfill the DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria in adolescents and adults, and only male to female transgenders in the age range of 20 to 45 from the Trivandrum districts were included. Female to male transgenders, lesbian, gay, and bisexual, male to female transgenders above 45 years, and children with gender dysphoria were excluded from the study. The variables were measured using these two tools: parental bonding instrument and a rejection sensitivity scale. And the procedure, a list of transgender people were secured from the government transgender project office, Trivandrum, with the help of a few male to female transgenders. The investigators personally contacted each transgender and screened. After the selection process, the personal data sheet and the questionnaires were administered. The confidentiality of the response was assured. Here we are moving to the part results and discussion. In order to find whether there exists any relationship between perceived parental bonding and rejection sensitivity, peers and product moment correlation was done. So this is the table. The table is showing about interrelationship between the study variables and the study variables for male to female transgender people. Now, while the relationship of age to parental bonding dimensions is considered, it can be observed that there exists no correlation between the variables age and maternal care, but there exists a significant negative correlation between age and maternal overprotection that indicate that perceived maternal overprotection decreases as the age increases. One possible reason for this shift is that overprotection increasingly represents normative parenting behavior because more parents perceive the world as a dangerous place for children. And the age and parental care are significantly positively correlated. Factors like having gender egalitarian values, working few hours in the labor market, and having a socio-economically advantaged partner have been found to increase fathers' child care time. As in the case with mothers, a significant negative correlation exists between age and paternal overprotection. Parenting that does not allow children to express their individuality is defined as psychological control. In typical Indian households, mothers perform the nurturing role, while father's role is that of a strict disciplinarian. However, as age advances, children move out of all powerful protective orbit of parental care and peers assume significant influence in their life. The correlation analysis reveals a significant negative correlation between age and rejection sensitivity that indicate that rejection sensitivity lessens with the increase in age. This is in accord with the early studies of Downey and Feldman, which points out that across the lifespan, individuals who are high in rejection sensitivity are more likely to defensively expect and pursue rejection in social interactions. At the degree to which one is high in rejection sensitivity may be particularly important during adolescence. The correlation table shows no significant relationship between rejection sensitivity and the maternal care and maternal overprotection. However, paternal parenting dimension showed the opposite pattern. Rejection sensitivity is significantly negatively correlated with the paternal care. The relationship is in the expected direction because it is a well-known fact that reduced parental care has detrimental effect on the growing child. This research supports the finding of Martin, which emphasized that fathers have a greater role in the development of rejection sensitivity. Rejection sensitivity has a significant positive correlation with the paternal overprotection. It means that rejection sensitivity increases when parents become overprotective. These findings lends credence to Bowlby's attachment theory. According to Bowlby's model, inner working models of what to expect from relationship development based on the consistency of having one's needs met by caregivers in early childhood. When needs are rejected, insecure working models arises with accompanying anxieties about being accepted. So from this all, we can conclude that the age has significant relationship with the parental rejection sensitivity, maternal overprotection, paternal care, and paternal overprotection. The younger age group is found to experience greater rejection sensitivity and paternal overprotection, whereas the higher age group experiences greater paternal care and lesser rejection sensitivity and parental overprotection. Parental rejection sensitivity decreases when paternal care increases, and it increases when paternal overprotection increases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your valuable words. Sir, any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to wind up this session. So we will meet tomorrow at the same time, 11 o'clock. So see you tomorrow, everyone. Given the questions or their valuable thoughts to everyone, every international, national guest speakers, to giving us words to make our international conference successful. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.